Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
We will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican point.
Is that correct?
Literally not true. I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Got an update for you. Yay! Who's here for the updates? Oh, my voice sounds really hot. Like cooking. Wow. All right, we'll fix that later. First, we'll give you an update in just a second. First of all, Britta Aller, congratulations. You are first in chat. Bing! There I am. You're first in chat. So congratulations. Everything IP related worldwide is now your responsibility. Yep. Everything is your responsibility. No, court did not get canceled. Court did not get canceled. It may be a short day for snow coming in tonight. I mean, if it did get canceled, nobody told me. I'm like top on the list, right? Got another 4 inches-ish of snow. 4-ish inches of snow, which is closer to inches-ish, but different. I have an update. I'm super proud of this. Yesterday, after the live stream ended, I told you that our dryer decided that Thanksgiving was going to be its last Thanksgiving, and it decided to stop working our clothes dryer. Now, it served us well for the 6 years we've been here. And it's a beautiful dryer, and it's, you know, we've dumped all sorts of wet clothes in there, and it's just done its thing all along. And apparently it needs some maintenance, which I hadn't given it. And as a result, it had a lot of lint buildup, so we had to take care of that. It took care of that. But that alone did not fix it because the lint buildup had caused a problem. And I have a little bug. I have a complaint. Dryer makers, why do you make the most likely part to fail to be the hardest one to get to? I had to take the top off, the control panel off, the control panel support off, the front off, the drum off, including the drum cable, before I could get to this little part right here. This little guy. You could buy him online for like $6. He was bad. Thermostat. 2 screws, done. 40 screws to get there. But in the time I did this, I did basically found out that I am, in fact, a dryer repair expert now. I know I'm an expert because when I was able to put it together, I was able to build the whole thing with fewer screws than they used originally, which pretty much makes me an expert. So, take that, LG. Not a sponsor. Probably never will be. Anyway, welcome. Good to have you here. It's great to have a dryer. It works. So it's all good. All right. My son's like, that could be a problem. He's holding like the last 2 screws. That could be a problem. I'm like, oh, I've got to take it apart and find where they go. So yeah, I did that. They're all back in. But I had it fully assembled with 2 screws left over. All right. Anyway, with that said, we've got some celebrating to do. This is in the grievance form. Yeah. Seriously, like this part fails. Make a little access panel on the side, like a little door that opens, little hatch, and just pull it out. You can test it without even removing it. Oh my goodness. While I was in there, I changed this one out as well, which has a little lint on it. You can see. Just kept it there for posterity's sake. This one's good. This one is not. This is the high limit something. Which I also, after taking careful pictures to make sure I plugged everything in the right way, so the red goes to the red and the white goes to the white and everything, And then I picked the piece up. I'm like, but which side on the piece was the red supposed to go to, because it's fully symmetrical and not marked. And so I spent a fair amount of time anguishing over that before I Googled it and found out that they're like, I forget what they called it. It's like biometric. They had some weird word for it. Devices. It's not biometric. That don't matter. It's just a switch. You can plug it in any which way you want. I'm like, why did they tell me to take the picture of the colory things? Anyway, another grievance. All right, let's see. Today is my oldest Doodle's 4th birthday. Emily Jane, does your oldest Doodles have a name? We'd like to sing to them. It's time for birthday song. We have to do that before court starts, and we have to hurry. If we have any birthdays, now is the time to make it known. They can be included in the birthday song that all of us, even you, will sing. We'll sing to them. And now is a great time to add somebody to the list. Even though you had 365 days before that, you could have done it, added it to the birthday list. I'm not saying you had to, but you could have done it. Today's a great day to add to the birthday list because it is happy birthday Doodle. There we go. Oldest Doodle. We have birthdays today. Kristen S., and Pam, and Doodle. There we go. We're going to sing to Kristen S., Pam, and Doodle. And if we get a name, we'll input that. Wait, whoa. Oh, buttons! Oh, my goodness. Woo! Okay, we'll try that again. Everyone stand up where you are. Take a deep breath. Shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice to the neighbor. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Wow. It was really loud in my ears. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Kristen S., Pam, and Doodle. Happy birthday to you. Rue is the Doodle. We can sing to Rue. We'll sing to Rue. Oh, that drum feels extra snappy today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kristen S., Rue, and Pam. Happy birthday to you. There, we hit everybody at least once. At least once. Maybe twice. There we go. I'm feeling I am like on cloud 9. Seriously. There's something about repairing something. Wow. Yeah. Love it. Love it. I will tell you, though, there was a point when the dryer was completely taken apart. I mean completely. I was thinking about, even removing the little base screws off the last remaining panel. And I just thought, I've now taken it all the way apart. I understand now when the mechanic says most of it's the labor. The part's pretty cheap, but the labor's, Tell me about it. It takes 2 hours to take the thing apart. There's one point where you basically have to bear hug an electronic device that's very sharp and very dark and not friendly, and fiddle around and back with your hands and do the whole springy thing, and then you get to do it in reverse when you put it back together. That's fun. Did your family recover from the flu? No. Mrs. R.A. is still down for the count. Drum solo, here we go. Join with me on your air drums. Beautiful. Thank y'all for kicking off the birthday song in style. Now we can get back to court, and let me tell you what a day we are expecting to have in the Brian Walshe murder trial, because, yes, beginning of the day, stick with me, it's worth it. We get 40 more minutes of interview. Okay, that's going to be the terrible part. But after the interview, we expect to get into the Google searches, which will blow your mind. It's going to be absolutely wild. This is like Murder 101, like how not to commit a murder searches. They are terrible. They're like how to confess to Google. That should be the title of the class that teaches how to do these Google searches. How to confess a crime to Google. It's going to be absolutely great. Emily Arens, almost 2 years. Love lurking here. Congratulations. 20 months makes you an OG. Congratulations. Thank you, Emily, for your support. All right. Yeah, so let's see. Sounds like we're going to have Snarky. All right, we can't time him out because this is his show. I did wake up at 8:21 this morning. But I woke up at 8:21 because my son woke up in the middle of the night and needed medicine because now he's got an earache, and so the doctor can't schedule the doctor's appointment until 7:30. And so he went straight from having the flu to having possible ear infections, and Mrs. Ayden's not doing well. And the dryer, I had to stay up because it's been so long since the dryer worked. I had to stay up doing laundry last night. So I'm like, it's working. Let's run some loads through this baby. And stayed up late on the back end, got up early on the front end, and so I was up at, I don't know what time, 4 something first, and then 5:30, and then I slept until 8-ish. It's been it's been a thing. It's been a thing. Hot take. I recommend not getting the flu this year. Like if it was on your list and you're like, hey, that's something we do every year, I recommend maybe skipping it this time around. Because it sucks. It's like, it's not good. It's lay bad. Automatic Gal, $1 for each day I've been nicotine free. This is awesome. This is my 4th attempt this year. I will succeed this time. Automatic Gal, that is awesome. We are here to help. You are absolutely amazing. And these first days are the hardest. They're the hardest. And look at this. You've made it 5 days. You're going to have a week here under your belt in no time. If there's anything we could do to help support you and build you up and just give you the resolve to keep doing that one day at a time, which is all that matters, we're here for you. That is really, really exciting. That is, and soon you'll start noticing other things. You're going to start noticing not just the savings, right? The savings, but you're also going to start noticing the health benefits and how your body sort of changes. Even though right now there are cravings, as those get set back a little bit, you're going to start noticing some increased health. I think that's what I think is coming your way here soon. All right. Brian Walshe just made it into the courtroom. We're expecting him to listen to the last of his interviews, which all took place in his house. So far, everything we've had has taken place in his house, these interviews. So his kids are in the background playing. I did get a couple people who said, hey, we can hear your kids in the interview in the background. I'm like, they're not mine, they're actually his, which is funny because mine sound exactly the same. It's funny that way. So you might have actually heard my kids as well. But these are Brian's kids in his house. We've heard his mom in the background, some other police officers in the background. We're hoping this last interview isn't quite as noisy as the other ones. And then we're just gonna move right into the Google searches and get into the tech stuff and the gear and the iPad and the MacBook and the binders of information, which at one point the judge says, you've got binders for each juror, right? And the lawyer's like, no, we don't have enough paper. We don't have enough paper in our prosecutor's office budget to print out the binders of paper we will need to cover this for each juror. So they're going to have to share. You'll notice smells again. Yes, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. One benefit of everyone being sick in my house is nobody's hungry, and because of that, nobody's cooking dinner, and so I'm losing weight. I'm down to almost like the low. I think I'm almost at the lowest point I've been weight-wise this year. And that was when I was trying like really hard. Now I'm just trying moderately hard. So benefits all around. I'm at my fighting weight. No, I'm at my, I think they call this the hunting weight, right? When you have a bird, like if you have a bird of prey, if you get into falconry and you go out and you get yourself a red-tailed hawk or a peregrine falcon or an American kestrel, whatever the bird is, you have to know their hunting weight. This is the weight that the bird is at when it can successfully hunt. If you overfeed the bird, it loses A, the desire to hunt because it's not hungry, and B, the ability to hunt because it's too fat. So you have to feed the bird the right amount. I think I'm at my hunting weight because if I find food now, I'm pretty much I can get it. I can get food at this point. If somebody makes some, I'm going to be eating it. So I'm at my hunting weight. Let's see. It is a good morning. It is a good morning. I realize a lot of us have a lot of personal things going on. It's behind the scenes. It's not all roses, and I recognize that. But it's a good morning. We're here. We're together. We're doing something we enjoy. A lot of us are with family members or are able to connect with family members this time of year. And just what a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. Jake Hanna gifted 5 memberships, which makes it even more beautiful. Happy Tuesday to you, Jake. Appreciate the generosity. That puts 5 more people in green. Avoid the whole 30-second slow mode penalty. So thank you for that. Makes it a little harder on our mods, but it's okay. They can handle that. All right, I'm going to try to read chat a little bit. I've been sort of bleary-eyed, but I'm blinking enough now I can start to see it. So let's see. Oh, my RA is a hungry bear. And falconry tips, yes. That's what we come for. All right, looks like...
Quick sound session, turn up your cell phones, please.
You are in continuation of the case on file of Commonwealth versus Brian Walsh, criminal date 2023-0091. Counsel, please once again identify yourselves before the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning to the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Ford is on behalf of Mr. Walsh. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
And good morning to the defense counsel and to the defendant. Anything anyone needs to raise with me before we bring the jury in?
Yes, just a few housekeeping matters, Your Honor. We entered 5 stipulated exhibits of banking records, and so I'm prepared if you would like those for your own record keeping, but they are up here. They've been stipulated to, and then
they relate to the stipulation from yesterday regarding banking records or something different?
They relate to yesterday's stipulation.
Okay.
So they've just been marked as the next 5 exhibits.
All right, that's fine.
And then
where does that put us on the exhibits marked for identification? That is, what's the next one?
The next one for ID is I. But these were named as exhibits.
These went as exhibits, Your Honor. So the next exhibit number would be 62.
Thank you for the clarification. So these 5 went in for as exhibits what through what? 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60?
And 61.
And again, Commonwealth, what are they banking records from where?
So 56 is Apple Credit Union. 57 is Barclays / JetBlue credit card. 58 is Leader Bank. 59 is JP Morgan Chase.
Hold on.
Certainly.
I think we need to track how...
I'm caught up, yep.
60 is Liberty Bay Credit Union. 61 is Fidelity.
There we go. Okay, I think we need to track how expensive it is to clean up a murder, because I think we have all the receipts.
We start on 62 for today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Someone could do the math
and
on
I
that.
for identification today is our starting point. Okay?
And Your Honor, after this interview is finished playing, which is about another 30 minutes,
Yes.
I would ask that the court read in stipulation that's been marked D regarding the Richard Walker email.
All right, can I have that from either the clerk or the court reporter? D for ID. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And from the defense, anything this morning before we bring the jury in?
Just briefly at sidebar, Your Honor.
Sure.
Quick sidebar from the defense. Interesting. Interesting why we go to sidebar without the jury present. Makes my head think. Wonder. Yes, here's what I want to do. Brian Walsh was kind enough, was generous enough, was thoughtful enough in the cleaning up of his murder and his purchases to only purchase the items he needed to clean up. He didn't mix his receipts. He didn't also get bread and milk that week, it was just the cleanup stuff. It was just the towels. It was just the hydrogen peroxide. It was just the hammers, the saws, the everything, which means we can do the math. We can add it up and see how much he spent, how much he invested in his future in this one area. A poor investment, if you ask me. I don't recommend it. Like 2 out of 10, not recommended. But is it Deer Park Water Drinking? No, there's Poland Spring, which is basically Deer Park's version. It's the equivalent of Deer Park for the area. I don't think they have Deer Park water in Massachusetts. Apparently they do have Perel, and they have 2 bottles. But all right, do we have Barclays on the list? Oh, I forgot. Let me look. I was ignoring the list. I was just, let's see, banks. We had Fidelity. What was that list again? Can somebody tell me? Barclays. I used to have a Barclays account when I was over in England. I used to have a Barclays offshore bank account on the Isle of Wight. Ask me why I needed that. I didn't. I just thought it would be cool to have one. I might, come to think about it, I might still have an offshore bank account. Probably not. They probably like throw it away if you don't do anything. Barclays, Chase. Let's see, do we have Chase? We have Chase. We have Fidelity. We have Barclays now. Before I left England, I set up an offshore bank account in the Isle of Wight. Deer Park Water is sold in MA. Well, Deer Park, here's a clear opportunity for a sponsorship in the courtroom. Say, hey, we've got free water. Bring it in chilled. They won't say no. Apple Bank. I think that's just Apple. Or is Apple Bank something different? He had Capital One in his wallet. Let's add Capital One. This is going to be the new thing in the future for companies. It's like, hey, we can get free advertising if we're just mentioned in court. So what can we do in our business, records keeping to make sure that our name keeps getting mentioned in court? Cell phone companies already figured it out. Let's make our phones pingable. Every crime everywhere, they're going to be like, hey, where was the phone? And they're like, how did you get the information? Well, we called AT&T. We called Verizon. We called T-Mobile. We said free advertising. It's different. It's Apple Credit Union. Okay, Apple Credit Union. Big fan of credit unions, by the way. Nothing against, I have a couple things against banks. Banks are there to make a profit, and you are their customer. Credit unions are there to make a profit, and you are their owner. And the fees reflect it appropriately. So, yes. What brand could you see? Obviously, audio companies have missed the mark here. If you can just get, say, look, we will update your courthouse with our brand, and of course, you're going to need to put placement of certain mics and things that have your logo on them in key places, just because the logo's on those already. It has to be there. The mic has to say, it has a flag on the top that says Shure or Sennheiser or whatever it is.
Yes, I am.
This is great advertising. You got millions of eyeballs looking at it saying, wow, that sounds good. I wonder who makes that. Boom. I mean, I can tell you the judge's monitor is ViewSonic brand. I'm not even seeing it right now, but ViewSonic has got their brand name on the back of our monitor. Next time we zoom up close, right above the VESA screw holes, you'll see ViewSonic there. That's brand placement. We'll probably get Stanley in this, and maybe even Hefty. I'm anticipating Hefty and Stanley in the trash bags and the tool department. Nine out of 10 family annihilators prefer to bank with. Yeah, that does sound bad. Second thought, banks are still having a hard time finding a good spot to get good advertising. Deer Park is not a great water name, in my opinion. I have to disagree, Nexus Lexus, because I'm currently courting them as a potential sponsor for the show. Not because I think they're a good fit, but because I drink so much of it, it will save me a lot of money if they sponsor me. We go through 2 cases of Deer Park water a week, and most of that's me. I'm like a fish.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
Who is that girl who's been taking notes in the legal pad? Can anyone tell me? Is she on one of the teams?
Morning.
No, somebody said Meghan Markle. It is not. It is not her. Is Depends a sponsor? There's an opportunity there, but not currently. I would have to change a little bit about my routine, my daily routines, to make those sponsor.
Right here, give your attention, show you heard. Let's have the call of Massachusetts in the Honorable Court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phone.
The please turn off your cell phones takes away from the town crier feel of that intro.
Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
We had a good night. Jurors, will start today, as I promised, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
The judge is doing the slow scan left to right, back row to front row. Every juror has to nod while locking eyes with the judge.
And you stayed away from all social media and or news media. And you all still have open minds.
Uh-oh.
With those 4 questions all answered by...
There was a hesitation there.
Affirmative by all 16 jurors are ready to begin today's work. Witness may be called to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we are bringing back...
Recall Harrison Schmidt.
Harrison Schmidt, the lead detective. Yes, apparently Massachusetts investigations do have lead detectives. Something we thought after Karen Reed was not a thing, but in this case it was, for sure. My brain is still a sponge.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath.
She did call them sponges.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday we stopped an interview from January 7th at approximately 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd ask to finish that recording.
You may.
Ms. Gilman?
More than that, so... On the very
Ms. Gilman, could you make it a little louder?
When was her scheduled flight back?
And big in the audio, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know which one.
Yes, that was the understanding.
Okay. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, you said on Friday the 30th when she landed, she told you that she had a work issue she had to go back.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday. And she was, I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't, see, here's the thing. She sent me the flight coming to Boston, but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd, but I don't know what time or what that was. I assumed everything was just the way it was, and then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is the whole thing is a bit. I mean, it was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, wait, what's happening? Whereas I was talking to Jem's like, well, this seems insane. And I was like, well, Jem, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple of months. So it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. It was like, all right, all I did was further confirm that, I got to get to D.C. with the kids. We got to work this out. It's it's too much stress on the whole family. And that was the main thing. I just wanted to be together all the time.
So did Anna ever tell you when the return flight was booked, aside from the Tuesday flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on the 3rd?
No, but she always took the first or second flight out. And she had said she had already booked flights for January. But we were supposed to talk about that. And then she said, she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing a flight to Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight. That she was going to come in Thursday night, stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, leave Tuesday. And maybe try to leave, maybe say an extra day. So she was offering 4 or 5 days. Which is again, was normal when she said, I'm going to take Thanksgiving, like 2 weeks for Thanksgiving, but I'm going to stay for 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day. And then she was always like, I'm going to have more time. But it seemed like she was having less and less time.
Okay. On New Year's Eve with Jem,
yes.
Was Jem aware that she had to leave the next morning?
No.
Did, why do you think that is?
What, I don't know. I mean, Jem, we were probably because we just wanted to. Most likely just to enjoy the time with Jem. He was only here for 4.5 hours or so, and we hadn't seen him in person.
Were you aware that she was leaving the next day?
No, I wasn't. I was aware that she was probably leaving early. Again, the assumption or story that in my head was that she was leaving on Monday.
So she was originally planned to leave on Tuesday. You were on the assumption by her leaving early it would be Monday.
Yeah, I had no information otherwise, but I was definitely surprised. She's like, I gotta go.
Okay. So, what were your plans with on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so it was going to be the same stuff. The only difference is that she might have come up with me to see my mother, possibly, or we would have, or the whole family would have done something, like my, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby. Because I said I had time, I don't have to drop my mother off, so we can go see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff. So I was excited about that. Oh, good, thank you. I don't know, but I didn't bring it up. But she was troubled by whatever happened with Adela. She's like, he says, can't be my friend. This was 30 minutes before New Year's, and she brought it up. She did bring it up with Jen at the time before.
Okay.
He said he couldn't be a friend? What?
He texts on New Year's Eve, saying friendship is over or something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
What did Anna say?
She said, I'm sorry, I appreciate, give a leadership sort of answer, like, I accept, what you're saying. And then he called to leave a message, and then I remember her saying, I'm not going to listen to this. And that's actually actually put her on the phone upstairs shortly after. I think she understood it. I think he was saying that, I haven't even seen you for the holiday season. You're in town, not seeing me in person, often enough. That's not acceptable. I'm here to, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, it was just a bit. It's not the relationship I guess she thought that they were having. He's married to the child, just by the way, and they've known each other for 10 years. So just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental together back in 2012.
You said she went and put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, she, I would say it was 10 or 15, and then she I remember her putting her phone upstairs because then she came back down without it.
Was Thomas came down at one point and hung out with you?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating as well?
Oh yeah, Thomas went to bed at he went to bed, and then he came over at like 9 or 10 or something. I think Anna took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to Will Fasto. So that was when that's when the photo was taken about. So it was maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
You know, we're upstairs. She put her phone at that point.
Yeah, on a bedstand.
In your room?
Or my room now.
The one with the ceiling tile on it?
Yeah. Okay. Not in the ceiling tile drawer. on top. Yeah.
Makes sense.
But she did seem disturbed by that, which was odd. And she did bring it up. You know, she brought it up to me and Jem at the time. So I mean, that was something not normal, but.
Yeah, you kind of cut us off.
Sorry about that.
No problem. You said that the plan for New Year's Day was to take Anna and the kids up to.
Maybe, yeah, that was.
Did you actually have a plan?
No, we didn't have a full-fledged plan at the time, but we had options and stuff. So.
Was the nanny coming over Sunday, the last night thing? Was that?
No. The nanny was going to come over anyways because I was going to go. I set everything up in advance because I was going to have to go take my mother. So I wanted the nanny here. I didn't know what it was going to look like and what Anna was going to want to do and things like that. So also, if I was going to see my mother, I was going to take the kids somewhere and then we're going to meet up later. But because I've so little time outside of the house. When I do try to take most of it as a family and get everything done that we said we would do.
You mentioned having options on New Year's.
Yeah, because I had the time to go up to see my mother, so I was like, we'd go up and we wanted to do something with her, with the family. We had those options were available to us, which like today they would not be, right? Because I don't have any time.
You guys had an argument after she said she
No, we didn't have an argument. I was taken by surprise. I was not to be crude, but I was in the bathroom, and she came by and said, "I have to go to sleep." And I was like, "Well, hold on." And she's like, "I have to get up early, Brian. I have to go tomorrow." And I was like, "Oh, I wasn't expecting that." And then she said, I said I might have to leave early. I said I didn't know it was going to be like that early. So, but I did have an argument with her for the Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve. So I wasn't going to make the same 3 times. I was like, okay. And then she immediately backed it up with like, hey, I'm going to come 4 or 5 days and for Martin Luther King Day because we were making a new schedule for January and February. I said coming every week is really not good. Is there any way that you could come every other week for more time? So we were working on that when she arrived Friday and Saturday. We were talking about that.
If the kids took her phone and didn't on her, how would she contact someone for a ride?
If the kids took her phone and hid it, how would she contact someone for a ride? She wouldn't leave I don't think she would leave the house without the phone. But let's say that I'm wrong about that. So sure, she would use my phone, right? But she put Lyft on there. I guess she would download Uber and get it. But I know where my phone was, and we didn't have this phone at the time. So there were phones in the house.
Did you use any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. She probably wouldn't be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not, but she would know how to. The only thing I saw was one phone, and her laptop. That other iPad that I'm telling you about should be at the DC. She did have a laptop with her, but she programmed all of these.
He says I would not use the iPad, but she would.
My mother brought it on the. I forget when we got the phone because she had to get the phone and or my mother had it and she was bringing it with the watch and everything. So it probably came here She probably brought it on the 2nd or something. Everything came on the 2nd.
When you didn't have your phone when you sent those emails, those 3 emails,
Yeah.
what were they to again?
So Zach and Daniel, my business partners at Let's, my wife, and my mother.
How did you send those emails?
My laptop.
He's now named all the devices. They now need everything: the iPad, the phones, and the laptop.
Did you hurt your wife?
No, I would never do that.
We all have arguments with one another, spouses, etc. Has that ever escalated to a physical confrontation?
No, sir, no. My wife and I got along very, very well. Hey, the only stress we were having was going together. It's really, I bothered Tracy about it for months. The whole family doesn't work without my wife. Never hurt my wife. I mean, I loved her, and what would have been? I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife.
He said,
take that away from that.
Said we got along very well.
Couldn't even imagine something like that. That's just not. We never do anything to hurt my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to, and we were apart because of the job and my legal problems.
The voice you're hearing is the defendant in an interview with the lead detective. This is lead detective, and this is Brian.
No, I wasn't angry. I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then I realized I was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too, and it was exhausting for both of us. She was away from the boys. I was always dealing with the boys. But my wife and I were a very good team. We agreed on almost everything. We agreed on I have to get to D.C. Just didn't feel like we were the authors of our own lives. So that's why she wrote that on the thing. We have to be the authors of our own lives to make this happen, Brian. We're always working together.
So many times he refers to her in past tense. The police are catching this.
In your mind, where do you think she is right now?
I like a lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa, and she was under a lot of pressure. It doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job and she loved her family, so she would always be focused on that. I mean, maybe the country house like in Bela in Serbia, but I have no idea. I can't. I'm having a hard time imagining it.
Does she have any other identifications?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian, international identification cards. One with Lubic, one with NIP. I haven't seen her use them recently. I don't even know if the date is on them.
The dog is saying, "You're lying. You're lying. Ask me. I know what happened."
Ties internationally that you should visit our family or good friends?
She's a language expert. She spent time in college in France, which she speaks perfect French. But she has a family, or she has a friend there. I don't know if he's still there, Julianne. But other than that would be it. And then DC and Boston. Sisters in Canada, sure. They're asking for a broader.
You check international flights. Was she scheduled? It appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations to go back to D.C. on January 3rd.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding, yes.
Okay. Do you know what time?
Plus, definitely one play, yeah, always.
And that she never changed that.
To our knowledge, it's not camping.
There is a chatter between JetBlue and her over the last few months. Because when she She doesn't call. She does something. They do it online, like online messaging.
Oh, they should probably go to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat. Yeah. So that's so she could be doing that and feeding kids or something like that. But but a lot of times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back. Or
I'm not talking about like an email back. We're talking about it's a live chat.
yeah. So sometimes, I mean, I don't know if it could be like they're like, we'll just come in and change at the counter, or they're like, I can't do this. And she was always asking for, she had gotten a good status, especially with the card, so I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that, because she said when I have this, they can make changes at the counter, upgrades at the counter are different. So yeah, she never called them.
Anything else at the moment?
What about like brunch reservations or any brunch plans on New Year's? That's a popular thing.
Not that I know, but Anna was talking about making some, so I don't know if she did it or not. I haven't checked. I haven't looked for anything on Open Table or Resi or anything like that. I could take a look. Because last year we went the whole family. We did go to brunch, so that is a very normal thing to do.
So normally there's like a bigger scheduled plan for New Year's.
Right, but I mean this year things were up in the air.
So a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day. When did you put that request in? Was it a normal Thursday request?
Yeah. No, always Thursday.
Okay.
And the request was from 3 to 9?
3 to 9, yes.
So there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we wouldn't have been brunch, but it was good.
Would she have gone to brunch without you?
No, well, she would have left. No.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way, no. The only time when she was here that she saw someone without me was Rima. And I was only twice. She did that twice. That's the only. Everything else we would do together, or people would come to the house. The time together was very important for us.
Those friends in the area that
Peter Kirby.
Do you think we should speak to as far as that knew Anna real well, that she was close with that asked?
Peter Kirby. They went to the same leadership school together 3 years ago, and he lives with his wife and John Marshfield. They've been calling for support. Jim Mulu, who's here, obviously, a family friend, and someone who is, obviously loves Anna very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Anna's mentor, and they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
Okay, we're about to the 20-minute mark.
I might have it here. That's helpful. Yeah, I'm going to get that going. But I think she sent it to me.
Do you think the dog was kept in the crate because he would have acted a little crazy with all that the smell of blood around?
You obviously have the ability to get your own credit card statements. You want to pull those and for the past week, and that'll help us travel and please stop and stuff like that.
Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. I don't use the Capital. The Capital one has been out of commission. It was only in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom, or?
It's We gotta jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. We got how much of the chase freedom would you like?
All of it.
Oh, okay, so just okay.
We'll give y'all summer. We'll give y'all. We're not gonna.
That's
easier. Just they come in a month.
Whatever the last month's statement is, I'm not sure if it's. You know how it is. Some of them start December 10th.
The woman's voice is his lawyer.
Yeah, so will I. But I don't think they do anything.
I'm still not.
I have dealt with Anna. She does everything online.
Yeah.
Anna's cousin, the one with the
Milan?
land dispute conservative.
Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was going to ask his name. The
Yeah.
last name?
Lubicic.
Has he ever contacted you?
No. I think he does speak English, though.
So you said there was a conflict that.
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it. But since I've been on, basically what happened 2 generations ago in Serbia, in Belgrade, Anna's father's mother, so her grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a land dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia, change your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here. And then they've been fighting over it for many, many years, 20 years at least. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017. And then things didn't work out. Things went back and forth. And then just this Thanksgiving, they, basically dissolved the deal. So they had a deal that it took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform, and they're about to split.
So aside from that, and the is there any, business conflicts with properties or with this new job? Is there anybody that would be upset with that?
Yeah, people have asked me that same question. I can't think of anyone that would be upset with Anna. I mean, everyone loves Anna. I mean, she's wonderful. So, if you see all the texts and emails coming, like, what can we do? Love Anna. I can't think of I can't think of anything like that. Honestly, that would be upgraded to anything like this, especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes up that somebody would be slighted?
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and actually had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again, it would be very hard to. No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay. What about you? Any previous business partners, any current partners, anybody that would be, upset with you that would want to try and hurt you in some way?
Just the people I sold the painting to.
The guy in LA.
Yeah.
But there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah. Well,
a civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
Okay. But
there's a civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reasons any.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand somebody suing you.
Yeah. But Anna too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but they're suing Anna as well, and he called Anna during the thing. So I mean, that's the one. That's one person. But I don't think so either. But that would.
We have the name just to.
Yeah. What is it?
Like the gallery
thing. But he had Ron Rivlin. Yeah. But he did call. He called Anna, and he brought her into the case.
What did he say to her call?
Well, he sent her threatening email, Facebook text at one point. You stole from me. I know the police and the FBI. I'm coming to get you. Things like that.
That was just.
But that was 6 years ago. And we had, other than when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018. But we haven't heard from him since.
What was the 18 contact?
2018. I think it was just he was trying to friend her or something like that.
All that criminal stuff started.
That's right when the criminal stuff started. Yeah, but that would be someone who I mean, certainly I have a, a different situation. So, him and, I mean, there's Jung and Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean, he's he's a son of a billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jung Lee.
It's another person involved in it. They're getting restitution and everything.
Also,
Jung
could care less. Yeah.
I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, same that Arno do we.
And besides, they would be pissed at him, not.
Yeah. Ron is the only one that tried to bring us
Jung Lee is and what was the other name you said?
Was Arno, or the other person who Arno who's in Paris. He's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in there?
No, it's all separate situation.
So why separate incidents, like aside from?
Yeah, well, they're similar
They're separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want to know.
But those are the names of the players, and Ron was the one who did have contact with my wife, and did serve my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife, like most of the people you want to know,
right.
I understand that some of those people may be very passionate. They have any involvement in this.
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty. I mean, he's the other guy's in LA, so.
If anyone contacts you or some about media or
We're
in any context, really.
We will give you any information that we get.
What was that, a truck was here last night with out-of-state place? Was that a visitor or?
Abdullah?
What time did he arrive last?
Adele, yeah, he was. It was late. Yeah, I called you late, so he must have not.
And how long was he here?
10 minutes, 15 minutes. But my mother's saying it was 30. I was trying to.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was trying to usher him out quickly. But he went. But at one point, he brought James Ryan, who was one of Anna's mentors 10 years ago, who I haven't seen in a decade, which was weird. And then I was speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids or to Zach, the kids from. But
I'm hearing a lot of talk about his friends and you, mentors and leadership. What exactly is going on with this? Groups that you guys are part of?
Yeah, so how to explain, it was something called Boston Breakthrough Academy, and it was a leadership training program, we formed pretty close relationships there, and we, as I said, we raised a lot of money through our community service projects, each from Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected. It was more than 3 years ago. I guess I started this month 3 years ago, and Anna graduated in February 3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And you said that you've graduated or have a certificate of completion of your of work. So
okay,
it's not accredited, to be clear.
Adele is a member of that?
He is not, no.
He's not.
But
the guy you brought in?
James Ryan, no.
I thought you said
a mentor from her when she was young at work, yeah.
Okay.
And I had a good, someone that she considered. They, I guess they had spent time together, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
When's the last time I went to that leadership group that you mentioned?
Oh, yeah, it was 3 years ago now.
Yeah. The last time she was there.
Part of it, yeah, but we stay in touch.
Okay. All right.
But, Jen, Alyssa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training.
Okay.
But if you have any other questions, please don't hesitate. Anything from the pool today?
All right, that's 30 minutes.
30.
Okay.
It is 15:36. Sherman.
All right. Now we're done with that. Let's move on to the really good stuff.
Could the Commonwealth request that identification D is read into the record?
Sure. jurors, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank if the parties agree to them. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as Exhibit D for ID. At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so-named Anna Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Anna Walshe. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back. Comma, comma. Thanks and good luck." The second email had an image of a woman who was not Anna Walshe, and using an image search, police found the image on iStockPhoto.com under, quote, "kidnapped stock photos," end quote. On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walshe sent the Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com email.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. Nigeria. Usually they tell me
Sergeant, a couple
money.
questions about that interview. There's mention of an application Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Abdullah Al-Matari.
And what is his relationship to Anna Walshe?
A previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There was also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken-in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
There was also mention of the pool today. What was going on at the pool that day?
During that wide-scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
Now, after January 6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, what happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed and disseminated to the news and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44? Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, you and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday? Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is the what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
Now, what information? Where did you get the information to create this poster?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could take that down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Anna Walsh's maiden name or prior names?
There was a previous name of a Nip, K-N-I-P-P, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now, after that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And on the 8th, what did you do in the morning?
We briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant.
And where were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway.
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
Around 9 a.m.
And so when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol, the state police detectives, crime scene.
We say state police detectives.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Diana Walsh, the mother.
And what did you do with those people in order to execute the search warrant?
We had reached out to Attorney Minor, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney Minor, myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth proceed to have this marked as the next exhibit, which today I believe is 62.
This maybe, he said 40 minutes more recordings. This may be only 10 minutes long.
Any additional objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
At least it's a different environment. It might be a little cleaner sound at the lawyer's house.
1-8-23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62. And for the record, for those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and
turn my fan on.
I had indicated to the counsel, now will indicate to you on the record. Certain financial records that the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those records are now in evidence as Exhibits 56, 61. They comprised records from Apple Credit Union, Barclays JetBlue Credit Card, Leader Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Liberty Bank, Bay Credit Union, and Fidelity Records. So,
thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play Exhibit 62.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
(11:13) on Sunday, the 8th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
Trooper, Norfolk DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Moss.
So we're here at 244 Gannett Road in Situate.
Did you say the time?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So, yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the 1st, and you told us that you'd gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods, CVS, and thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom lives in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Vanishes. Which CVS in Vanishes was it?
No, sorry, maybe the one by the nail salon that I used to go to years ago.
What road would that be on?
By Kathmandu coffee shop.
Kathmandu. Okay. And what did you purchase there?
It was probably the alcoholic wipes or the other wipes, whatever it's called. I forget what it's called.
Okay, and the method of payment?
Cash. Okay.
And the time that you would have been there?
7?
About 7 p.m.?
Yeah, 11.
Okay.
I was looking for how long can you show us?
Okay.
Because it's very hard
Well,
to
we know that you got back to Cohasset by 8.
After 11:30, yes.
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
Before 7, most likely. It gets dark out, so we're late.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah.
It was. Okay. You think it was before 6:30?
I don't.
Okay.
So it could have been at 6:30.
Did you go anywhere else other than that CVS and Danny's?
That was the only place I went. And the Whole Foods.
And you went there
earlier.
time?
Yeah. I've been going with Walgreens. Anytime I go, my mother asks me to get alcohol for the kids. That would be trying to get some.
And on the 2nd, the only place you went was the press. Alright, on the 2nd. May I have a look at that? Check, shows, press. eBay purchase.
eBay purchase was vegetables.
Okay. Thank you for getting that together for me. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of electronic devices in your house. And you've been kind enough to consent to downloading several of them. One of them being the iPad mini that's Thomas's. Is that right? Now on the previously you had told us that Thomas had gotten up on New Year's Eve and spent some time with you, with Jeremy and Anna, and then you'd gone to bed, right? And that was what, like 10, 30, is that correct?
Around there.
Around there.
You can buy the photo that was sent by Anna. We'll give it more exact time.
Okay. Do you use any other devices in the house?
I use my phone, and Anna and I only use our phones, and everybody uses everything, but I only use the gold laptop.
The gold laptop? Is that an Apple or?
Everything we have in there is Apple, except Anna's work computer was not Apple.
So again, we downloaded the iPad mini, and you've been fairly consistent in your story, in your account on the morning. You said that Anna gave you a kiss at 6:30 in the morning. Is that right? You said that, and then 7:30 you went to make breakfast.
That's correct.
That's correct. So how do you explain at 4:54 in the morning the iPad mini is querying the 10 best ways to dispose of the human body?
54
in the morning.
I don't. I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep. And
well, Thomas is in his room with the iPad. Thomas is usually. I mean, I don't use an iPad, so that's really weird.
He's 6, right?
Yeah. He does not have the.
Is he the average intelligence for a 6-year-old?
Oh, no, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, but 6-year-olds typically, I mean, I have a 4-year-old who's, as a hard, he can't spell his last name.
No,
6
exactly.
is obviously way more advanced. If you have a 6-year-old who, you know, there's no.
Obviously not.
Okay. There is dozens of searches on that iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of a human body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of a body in the trash, how to stop a body from decomposing, and how do you explain that?
I have no idea.
So you're not using that iPad?
No, sir. I mean, only to get it for his spooky movies.
Okay. On 11/6, right?
That's what I believe, yeah.
So throughout the afternoon on the 1st, when Ayden was gone, the device continues to query how to get blood stains, does blood remove, does the dishwasher remove blood from a knife, and so on and so forth.
These queries continue on January 2nd, 3rd. I saw dismember a body, things of that nature.
It is 11:21, still January 8th, 2023.
Sergeant, after that interview was over, what did you do?
We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
If you could keep your voice up, sir.
Sorry. We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes,
About what time?
about 4 p.m.
And where was that?
at Attorney Minor's residence in Scituate.
And what did you do with him at that point in time?
I placed the defendant under arrest.
Now, where was the defendant taken after you placed him under arrest?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see his hands on January 8th and January 9th?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 48, which is file number 7697.
That's one of the previously admitted exhibits from yesterday morning, yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Sergeant, what is this?
That is a picture of the defendant's thumb.
And if the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 49, which is file number 7701, also previously marked from yesterday, Your Honor. And Sergeant, what is this?
That is the picture of the defendant's thumb, and you can see the blue tile from the booking room floor in the background.
Why do his hands look bloodstained?
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down.
I don't think they are. It's just a picture, but it looks
now,
that way.
Sergeant, what did you do on January 9th in this matter?
I went to 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
And about what time did you get to 300 Forest Street in Peabody?
Around dusk.
And why were you there?
We had collected 2 dumpsters from the apartment complex at 330 Paradise Road. Those were transported to a transfer, like a trash transfer station in Peabody for examination.
And so what were you doing? Well, so when you got to Peabody, about what time was it?
I was right around the beginning of dark.
And who was there?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Lieutenant Tully, members of the CERT team, and other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's with the state police, and opposed to Detective Lieutenant Lopes with Cohasset.
Correct.
Okay. And so what were these state troopers doing? Not Lieutenant Tully, but the other ones you just mentioned.
It's a big warehouse with trash lining on the walls. We had dumped the contents of the dumpsters in the warehouse, and we began searching the bags, bag by bag.
And why were you and so what would you do with the bags when you searched them bag by bag?
The contents of the bags were opened. It was spread out on the ground. We'd look at the contents, see if it was important. If it was, those were moved to like a tarp or plastic or paper sheeting where they could be documented, photographed, collected as evidence.
If the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 50 from yesterday, Your Honor, which would be file number HAS 7025.
You may.
Guessing there was a lot
Sir,
of trash.
Directing your attention, what is this?
This is plastic sheeting.
And can you see yourself in this photograph at all?
I can see my feet
Where are your feet located?
at the top of the frame.
And if you could just tell us like what you're wearing for footwear?
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810. So, Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp and plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Ms. Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse?
Wow. COVID-19
Sergeant, did you see that white piece of paper that night?
I did.
What was that?
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Anna Walshe on it.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you'd been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
The ending date is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And Sergeant, regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
What's those?
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. Leader Bank Online was a reoccurring payment.
And, Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8 from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here come the numbers.
Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
And Ms. and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit.
They still had another
may.
27, almost 28,000 on the line of credit on the Barclay card.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom? Sergeant, what did you see as far as activity on this card after December 31st?
None.
McDonald's, IKEA.
Your Honor, may
Hunters.
we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you recognize this statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for investment property.
And do you see an address associated with it?
The Marblehead address.
Towards the bottom.
Yes, the collateral property is a condo at 35A Tudor Street, Unit 35A-5, Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Anna Walsh or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
Lady Draconis, we'll see you later. Have a great day.
And if we could close out of this, in Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of J.P. Morgan Chase, Exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 59.
Page 40?
45.
Page 45. You may.
Thank you. Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under opening and closing date, what are those, sir?
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
$0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention to page 47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What is that state on October 30th?
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd, 2022.
The next line down, sir?
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And the next line after that, sir? Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next line on October 30th, sir?
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving BEG to airport code FRA, and then a connecting flight FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston Logan.
Do you know IAD?
IAD is Dulles in Virginia.
What is DUB?
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97.
He's been studying for this test.
One moment.
You got him all right.
Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 of 59?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Within this same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Anna Walsh.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on the statement?
Anna Walsh.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
Yes, the MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
If the Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, page 7. Sir, within Fidelity, how many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Anna Walsh.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Anna Walsh.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
That's all in cash. Only 1% is vested into Ford Motor Company. Who's managing that one? She had
Your Honor, at this point in time, could the Commonwealth ask that you read in G for identification?
Another stipulation?
Yes. May I have G, please?
Ladies and gentlemen.
I don't need to repeat to you what the stipulation is. I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walsh was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
And I have one last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route 3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away. And to the south is Aubuchon Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross. First time.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Let's see if he gets spicy.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed to the jury, tell us in your own words, what's the significance of those?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding.
An understanding of
of the entire investigation.
The underlying
What those
financial
records
situation.
show, isn't it, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made.
Yes.
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walsh, do they?
Correct.
And, for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as Dublin, where did you get those records?
From Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home of Mr. Walsh, did you?
No.
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
Can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions, both on January 4th, January 5th, and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th, he never once told you anything about Anna Walsh being in Dublin, or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin, or anything of the sort.
Correct.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that it was, I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault, correct?
Yes.
And that stipulation that was just read to the jury about the federal case, that was the same case, wasn't it?
Correct.
It was about painting fraud involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes.
Let me just ask this. You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Minor's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
Yes.
And so, just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
Yes, I believe it was February 10th, the second one I received.
So, even though the stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip, nonetheless, you knew and the detectives knew early on in this case, that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Okay. Now I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview. By the time you got to Tracy Minor's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, correct?
Yes.
And that mini iPad was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recording, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that mini pad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize, but he looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking to him about his oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis.
Grounds.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking to him at the time about his oldest son's mini pad, correct?
Correct.
And he basically answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right. So now your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walsh. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
They got the info from the iPad, but it was synced from the Mac.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes.
Because he found out you were digging into histories of electrical devices he owned. Yeah, I can see that.
Those... Okay?
Yes, sir.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, do you?
We have a good
Correct.
idea.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
That's how pictures work.
Yes, obviously.
Love this witness. We have some idea. It was before the picture.
Let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence. You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that you were doing was, as a trained law enforcement officer, you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
Correct.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, aren't you?
I think so.
And in this case, you exercised that competency. And when you saw, for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Walsh was with you at the same time?
Yes.
And you made note, and you told this jury about it, you made note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that Volvo, correct?
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheathing.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It was eventually seized. It was taken.
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there other plastic sheathing that was subsequently seized?
Yes.
And did that subsequent seized sheathing, did it match the sheathing that you observed in the Volvo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335. That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
That's the door to the basement?
Correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Yes.
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
I assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
Okay. And so any adult could probably release that plastic latch, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down into the basement?
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
I don't recall.
Okay. We heard some evidence yesterday about a hole in the ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you can take that exhibit down. I apologize.
I want to learn more about this hole, what they think.
Maybe we could see now Exhibit 29, photograph 7319.
Show me the hole.
Now that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking a tour of the house?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes, so I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau, or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed you where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when we look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster fell down, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that plaster falls down without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
Depending on the state of disrepair, possibly.
Okay. You have no idea how that hole occurred, do you?
I believe in one of the audio recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
Okay. But you don't have any idea what he was walking around for?
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Presumption based on the context of the conversation?
Yes.
That insulation that we see, is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers the fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the insulation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question. Do you know, sir, if the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
Okay. And it's a pink color. Now, we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes.
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
Correct.
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
Correct.
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
Correct.
You talked about going down into the basement and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit number 33, photograph 7343? Well, I got the wrong number. I apologize.
Brought the heat with the cross-examination of witness number 1.
Well, I think I'll just ask you questions. I apologize for all of that. You went down into the basement.
Yes.
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
Yes.
You found some bags down there.
I did.
And you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you?
Yeah, I manipulated it with my boot.
With your boot. And what did you think was in the bags?
Like a piece of a rug or like carpet sample sized.
Okay. But you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rug.
That's what I assumed.
Okay. And this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Okay. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rug.
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh was right with you when you were using your boot to touch those bags. And using your training and experience, determined that feels like they have rug pieces in it.
Correct.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement? That it was cracked or broken?
Not at the time.
And, of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions both yesterday and today about the pool that is in the rear part of the home in Cohasset, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, you looked at the pool and it had water in it, and then subsequently, it had been drained, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you would be interested to determine if there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool. That'd be one of the things you'd be curious about,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And after you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you, that was found on the MacBook that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And so there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talked about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was on the outside portion of that fenced-in backyard doing the track.
Okay. It didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case today?
No.
Okay.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it at least twice. One on January 4th and then on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, criminalists, multiple criminalists from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for more than just 2 days, weren't they?
It was more than one day, went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't they?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything, still there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
They found
There
things.
was trained criminalists that came to the house to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
That is correct.
I want to ask you some questions about the media used to message. There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
I'm familiar with iMessages.
Right.
Like Apple-to-Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger, correct?
At that direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And when you were talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when you testified before the grand jury, weren't you?
I don't recall. Likely.
Well, do you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated in part that when Mr. Walsh was talking about iMessenger, he was really talking about Facebook messaging.
The context of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was, because we're on the Facebook subject and social media subject.
Okay. And when he was talking to you and saying, well, some messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Anna Walsh, he was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
I believe so.
And then Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walsh ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Anna Walsh and one person named William Fastow, correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that, just so I have it clear?
You are unaware of any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walsh saw iMessages that may have been sent between Anna Walsh and William Fastow.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
Okay. And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And anybody who is a friend will see those messenger communications and can respond to them?
In the context of Facebook
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Well, when you talk about message, are you talking about messengers? The format used
Facebook,
by Facebook?
Facebook Messenger, yes.
It's fair to say that if someone's trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger that might be open to people that they don't want to find out about an affair.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
You are unaware, as you sit here today, of any forensic evidence
Facebook's actually
that indicates that
prolific with affairs.
Mr. Walsh saw any
Not a sponsor.
Facebook Messenger communications between Anna Walsh and William Fasto, aren't you?
Correct.
Just ask Rob from Law and Lumber how often Facebook's mentioned in divorce court for affairs.
In your interview and your questioning of Mr. Walsh, and if I could withdraw that, Judge, I apologize. During your questioning of Mr. Walsh, you were present with others, correct? Other
Yes.
officers.
Yes.
So sometimes when the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including
Michael Proctor.
Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
But during those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walsh for names of people that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Anna may be friends with in D.C., and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fasto, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fasto sold the $1 million townhouse to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Walsh gave you the name of William Fasto, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fasto, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred, you or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walsh questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Anna Walsh might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
And you were asking about it because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
Right. And so, anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, isn't that part of your training and
It was
experience,
sustained.
officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asking them questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
It was sustained. He asks it
You had
again.
made it clear to Mr. Walsh
Anyway,
that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Anna and somebody else could be good or bad evidence.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
In any event, we can all agree that he just gave you the name of William Fasto in the context of anybody that she may know, Anna, may know in the D.C. area, correct?
Correct.
Along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you and whether you did something to Anna. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, you were, the point of that question was you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
It was the topic of discussion.
Okay. And so it's true, isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection.
I'll have the question back.
I'm sorry, Judge.
I'll have the question back.
The judge wasn't paying attention.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry.
For a new question.
Let's read it back from the record.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Court recorder is rewinding.
Could I hear that? No. If I was supposed to.
Maybe I'll, the best thing to do is withdraw the question and start over.
Start another one. Thank you.
We're all lost. Who's on first? Okay, here we go. Let's do it again. Reset.
You were warning Mr. Walsh that people weren't going to believe it.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may, people may suspect him, and I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay.
That was
but
the basic
regardless
question
of what
he'd
his
asked
attorney
before.
told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion about you and whether you did something to Anna, correct?
Yes.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct?
Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the largeness of this room, so keep your voice up. And if you can on the microphone, I know
Stay
you
on
like
the
to
mic.
move around.
Maybe I should just stay right here.
Yes.
All right, you can move around. I just need you to keep your voice up.
Thank you, Judge. You know, sir, that in investigations, for instance, for a missing person, people don't believe the person that they might think is responsible, correct?
I've always been under the premise of trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay.
Whoever heard that before? Pickles, guys, pickles.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right. Back to the state. Any
Redirect.
rehabilitation of the witness?
The
No.
witness may step down.
Thank you, Your
We're
Honor.
done with witness number 1, which means I think it's time for a break. And we get long ones in this court. 20 minutes? What do you think, Judge? 20 minutes?
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
No break.
Commonwealth calls Trooper Nicholas Garino.
We get to hear some more about some Google searches.
Are you standing face the clock for me?
Slight limp. Binder. Boom.
Good morning.
I think the limp was because of the heavy binder full of internet searches he had to bring to the stand with him.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Well-fitting
Thank you so much,
suit.
Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, sir?
Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 10 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish, about that.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital forensics and a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell this jury about your educational background?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
So I've taken numerous Cellbrite classes. They're 40-hour certification courses, as well as other online trainings with National White Collar Crime and Magna Forensics, which is another forensic company, and Burla Motor Vehicle Forensics.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about those. What is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is specialized software and hardware to download and extract data from digital devices.
And Cellbrite is the name of the company?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a private company?
Yes, they are.
And what is Magnet Forensics?
Magna Forensics is also a forensic company to download and extract digital devices as well.
Okay. And do you have certifications from any of the companies?
Yes. Cellbrite, I've taken 4 or 5 of their classes, CCO, CCPA, which is their extraction software. They teach you how to use it and extract devices. Cellbrite Mobile Forensics, their Cert F class, which is to repair and fix digital devices and cell phones. So if you have something that breaks, you can still get the data from it. CASA, which is their advanced database software class to go into the databases of the software, the devices we get. And also CAF, which is Cellbrite Apple Forensics Fundamentals, I believe is the acronym, for Apple devices and MacBooks.
So you received certifications for all of those trainings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how do you get the training? How do you get the certification from the training?
So it's a 40-hour week-long course in person with book learning and then hands-on training. And then at the end of the week, you take a test to show proficiency, and if you pass, you get the certification.
And you were able to pass those?
Yes.
Do you have specialized training for Apple products?
Yes, that's the CAF class that I took.
Okay. So prior to being a Massachusetts State Trooper, did you have any law enforcement background?
Yes, I was a Norwood police officer for just under 11 years.
And any military background?
Yes, I was in the Army National Guard for 7 years.
And have you previously testified about examination of digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Your Honor, would this be a time that you'd like me to stop before I begin the full examination for the break?
Sure. So, jurors, we're going to take the morning break, and we'll see you back in about 20 to 30 minutes.
20 to 30. What? Okay, the rest of us have a work schedule we normally adhere to. I was thinking stand up and shake a leg would be what we need break-wise here. But 20 to 30 minutes. We might as well go take lunch. There are some courtrooms where, that's about all you get for lunch break. You're on your own. Good luck getting it. For those of you that are up in the area, in the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, if you could let me know what the weather is like.
Does anyone need anything before I step off the bench?
I've heard
Seeing
snow
nothing?
is in the forecast.
Have a good break.
All rise.
I've heard snow is in the forecast, and if so, it could impact the schedule for later today, as the judge is mindful of it's just a morning break. It might not even be needed. Yeah, Brian's like, yeah, hook me up. I'll see if I can go. I'll try. Camilla, can you help me with the likes? You're doing a great job. Thank you for inviting people to like the stream. It helps the channel a ton. We already have 653 of you who have clicked the like button, found your way up there to leave your DNA on the thumbs up button. Do it now. Do it now so we don't have to come and issue subpoenas later and make you do it later. So yes, it's snowing in eastern Massachusetts as well. I'm in Vermont, and it's coming down. No snow in Florida, Marianne. Yes, just keep reminding us of that. It just started snowing here in Massachusetts. Spitting rain right now, light. We've got rain here in North Carolina, where I'm at. Ooh, there's the fan. I like it. Let's see, what else? In Connecticut, getting close to an inch of snow. It's snowing in PA. Pretty much the Northeast is expected to get a little bit of weather. For those of you in colder weather, can you send some down to Florida? I had to put my air back on. Oh, man. Susan in sunny Florida says, I can confirm no snow here. It's hot. Boston is on the edge of rain and sleet. It's probably on the turning to sleet edge, because I believe it is getting colder as the front moves through. So I did see there was some traffic, a bad accident. I think it was in, let's see, was it in Indiana? Let me see where this was. Don't remember. I think they had like a 50-car pileup the other day. Which was a lot. Hopefully it wasn't fatal or anything. Nobody got hurt. I'm sure somebody got hurt, but I was hoping they didn't. All right, just got a call and I missed it. I'm sorry. I tried to plug in. It was not fast enough. What are your thoughts on this morning? If only we had a weatherman. Oh yeah, we're good. We're good. We have a weatherman. He's just a busy guy. What are your thoughts on this morning when it comes to the last of the interview we heard? I'd say we definitely did hear. Oh, I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to go to Discord. Okay, there we go. Now I'm in Discord. What are your thoughts on, and now we get a call. Trying to connect, but it won't. On what we heard on the interview, this was the last interviews were at Brian Walsh's attorney's house. And it definitely changed. His voice changed when the police came and said, hey, just clarifying, remember how you told us we could look at the electronics in your house? Remember? You remember that just the other day? And then we did. You want to tell us just one more time who uses these devices? And they were asking about the iPad because when they extracted the iPad, they did gain a lot of what we see in this binder. But the reason they gained it from the iPad, we learned today, is not because he was searching on his son's iPad, but that we believe now that he was searching on his MacBook, which was linked to the iPad through an Apple ID, most likely. And so the history was shared across devices. So they originally might have found it on the iPad, but it was probably done on the MacBook. And they said dozens. It might have been even Proctor who said we have dozens of searches for how to get rid of a body, how do you clean up blood from a hardwood floor, all these things. Okay, we're gonna try again. Here we go.
Call from Angela.
Good morning, Angela. How are you doing? Get connected this time.
I'm doing good. You?
I'm doing great.
Yeah. Great. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I am saying this. Thank you, Commonwealth, for putting all the interesting witnesses right from the beginning, such as Trooper Guarino. I may or may not have an agenda. I am traveling next week, so I am hoping that I'm not going to miss all the fun stuff while I'm traveling. Well, I'm going to watch with the rewatch crew, but I am...
It's fun to catch it live.
It will be like...
Yeah.
Not, you know...
Yeah, because sometimes it might be spoiled for you before, but yeah, this is spicy from the get-go. The dichotomy we have here, just mentally, that the jurors must be going through as they're told by the defense in opening statements yesterday that Brian Walshe lied to the police, and at the time of all the interviews, he already knew his wife was dead. Okay, they lay that out, and then we spend a whole day listening to him lie to the police. And it's like, whoa, this guy. This is nuts. It's almost like the state was still trying to prove the charge that he already pled guilty to, misleading the police investigation. So they're presenting that evidence now, but he's already pled to that one. The jury's not going to decide that; they're only going to decide the murder issue. But they are coming with the heat defensively, at least vocally, in the tone of the voice and the challenge and the yelling, and the rise and the fall of the voice. It's very dramatic. It's I don't know what would you call it, like a Matlock type presentation. But they have nothing. There's no substance behind it. Isn't it true that people wouldn't use Facebook Messenger to have an affair? Well, actually, that's one of the main purposes. You know, it's that they do. But interesting. What are your thoughts about that?
Something a lawyer, Peter from Lawyer said yesterday. Well, actually, I got him watched it this morning. He said that it may be like a strategy from the Commonwealth to put it this way, because the defense did say that more or less that he being Brian Walshe will testify in his defense. So if the Commonwealth paints him as a liar, the jury's not going to believe a word he's saying. Even,
Yeah.
Or he will be less believable.
I get the feel that he thinks he's Robert Tillis, that if he talks enough, people will believe him, and he can just tell the story.
Yeah.
And once I explain it to you, it will all make sense. And I don't think they will, especially with, you're right. I think the defense, the state has to present this to say, look how well he lies. Look how easy it is for him. Look how comfortable he is doing it. Look how prolific it is in his story. And then, we get Brian to take the stand. He has to take the stand. He is the only person who can give us what the defense said we will hear during this case, which is what he did when he first found his wife dead in bed from sudden unexplained death. He's the only person that can give us that. And so we have to get it. And the jury's going to be listening, well, we heard him already for hours at the beginning of the trial, lying and lying and lying. Does he sound the same? Is this the same liar we heard talking to the police? Or is he now coming clean and now it all makes sense? I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be crazy.
I am looking forward to Cross by the Commonwealth. I'm going to bring popcorn for that. And please, I beg you, no, please don't. Can the Commonwealth stretch out their case until I'm back from my back on the 12th, and the 13th and 14th are weekend. So can they stretch until at least 15th of December, please?
I think they might. They've said 2 to 4, and a lot of it depends on how much cross-examination the defense does of their witnesses. 'Cause the Commonwealth says, here's our case. It will take us this long to get the information from our witnesses. But the big question in there is how much of that's going to be challenged by the defense in narrative and picking apart, and how much will we have to rebuild that witness again or straighten that out in the mind of the jury. So there's a big question mark. And if this defense lawyer who we heard with witness number 1, it goes into every single witness. It's sort of into areas that don't really matter, like the blood in the pool part. I don't think that really mattered. If he does that, it could stretch it out, so you might get your wish. So
yeah. Can I please give some info without giving anyone in the chat or watching any ideas, please? This is not advice, or please, if you decide to do anything stupid, please do not listen to what I say. I mean, you will listen, but please do not follow, because I don't want to be part of the whatever you do, and then you use what I said as covering that up.
Now you're making me nervous with your warning. Give us a little bit, and then I'll say if we can keep going on.
So I work at the hospital, and I work mostly in the ER, in the service department. So I read a lot of the bodily fluids, such as blood and other bodily fluids, and chlorine, not just bleach, but chlorine, and the rubbing alcohol do wonders with getting rid of those stuff.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's why I said please do not took it as a
We're
suggestion.
not telling you what to buy from the murder aisle if you do intend to commit a crime.
Please don't do
but they are effective cleaning tools for blood, definitely.
Yeah.
And maybe that's where the pool came
and
involved.
other
The chlorine in the pool.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well,
Bleach still leaves the traces, but chlorine is also very powerful, especially if you use pure chlorine.
Which I might add, also as a disclaimer, is a dangerous chemical on its own. The gas, chlorine gas, it can do you in real quick, and not
in the pool. It is you mix it with. There is a ratio they have to mix it for the pool, not just home pool, but all pools that use chlorine.
You see the guy with the little. He scoops it up and measures and does little drops in it. He's not just testing how much pee is in the water. He's definitely testing how much chlorine is in the water to make sure it's a safe level.
Yeah. At the hospital, we use 1:9 ratio, so 1 part chlorine, 9 parts water. So
dilution. Yep.
But but they just switched to chlorine wipes, so we don't have to worry. We don't have to, touch the actual chlorine. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So we're going to hear about some of those cleaning chemicals here as we get into the receipts and purchases. I think we had a lot of hydrogen peroxide that was purchased. I think we had some chlorine, but we're going to hear about that as he goes shopping on his murder cleanup shopping spree. And
which reminds me, speaking of that, which reminds me back to the blood. He says that he found his wife dead, and then he did what he did. But, I mean, he could have also killed her in a way that left blood evidence, like, I don't know, shot or stabbed or something along those lines, So, I mean, he Googled how to get rid of the blood, if something along those lines, I mean, it doesn't really go along the lines, "Oh, I found my wife dead." You know, it's like
It would be, I found my wife dead and then I chopped her up. Now how do I clean up the blood? Which no sane jury is going to be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You know, you find someone dead, you got to make them in small pieces so you can put them in the dumpster. What? You did? No. There's a big question mark here, and I don't think the jury's going to buy it. So,
yeah.
Good information. Thank you for helping us know what to do if we ever have to clean up after a crime scene happens around us. Not that we're involved, but happens around us.
Just ask, find any cleaner, and they'll give you advice.
All right, Angela.
Or anyone who works at the hospital.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good to hear from you today.
Thank you. Bye.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Angela calling us on Viber. I think she says she has Viber and makes the call that way. We also do have Discord where international viewers can connect, and it's still in its infancy. We're still, meaning I'm still learning how to use it, but there's a way to connect that way, and it's great audio as well. Thank you, Amber, for putting that together. We have a long break this morning. We understand that we're going to have long breaks every day, but I don't remember having a long break yesterday afternoon. Did I just miss that? Did my mind just block that out? We started in the morning. We got a long, I think it was 20+ minute break. Then we went till lunch, which was a little bit later. And then we went till 4. I don't remember having an afternoon break there. So maybe we just get one big break in the morning. It was an hour lunch, no afternoon break. We'll see. Let's see. Can I also send pics on Discord? It's difficult for me to show them. And I'd check with Amber. I don't know what that does. I'm not sure what she's set up on that. Discord is fairly new to me. I use it, but I'm not a power user. Let's see. Comes back at 2, leaves at 4. Yeah, banker's hours for sure up there. Anyway, we'll watch the storm as the judge will as well. She's paying attention to the weather, and if it gets bad, there's a possibility that we'll only go to lunch or shortly thereafter. I'm between calls, says Amber. What was the question? The question was, can we send pictures through Discord as well? I know there is a text chat. Just if I had something I wanted to see, like my setup, possibly. Let's see. Trying to answer this call. It's not working. I think I have to have Discord off to get the call to come in. Let's see. Snowing hard, 20 miles northwest of Dedham. There's a general chat channel, so I guess that works for pictures. Elizabeth Dewey says, I don't think someone who could cut up the body of a person they love to dispose of it belongs in society. The way he describes his wife and how perfect she was and how perfect they were together, right? They almost never argued, and the only thing they argued about was wanting to spend more time together, and they both wanted the same thing. How do you go from that to be like hacksaw? What joint to start with? The mental shift it must take to take literally the body of somebody who you've been a partner with for years and be like, okay, that would be a nice chunk right there. And then days later just be all cool about it, like nothing happened. I would be having nightmares and, convulsions. What sells me on the guilty verdict is the fact that the defendant calls it a murder in his searches. He's admitting it. I'm not sure if there was one. Most of his searches were like, how do you clean up? I'm not sure if he says, he Googles how to kill your wife or something. He Googles divorce, best states for divorce, and the cleanup. He Googles how to get the life insurance, how long you have to wait to get the life insurance, how long if there's no body before they're declared dead, things like that. But I'm not sure if he ever said, how can I kill my wife and get away with it? I don't think he went that far on any of his searches. Google, where's the wishbone in the human body? I think it's only on birds. It's snowing like crazy here in Ithaca, New York. All the schools are closed. I should be quiet. My kids want snow so badly. Maybe he thought adding the word murder would get him better results. That's like saying, how do you get rid of a body if you really need to? Like I'm guessing he searched the first one, how to get rid of a body, and they're like, call the coroner or call the police, and they'll send the people, and then the morgue will take care of it. And he's like, no, I really need to get rid of the body. Google, it's me. I'm the problem. I thought you were going to say something besides shift. Sometimes I accidentally say other words, and I apologize if I do. I think he searched, can he be charged with murder without a body? Yes, I think that was there. But that in and of itself, although it sounds bad, is not a smoking gun. That might be him saying, I've got to get rid of her body. According to his logic, I've got to get rid of her body because nobody can know she's dead. Because if they know she's dead, then when I get what he anticipates is a prison sentence for my art theft, right? He wanted just restitution. He's like, hopefully the feds will just let me pay my fee and be done. The feds were saying, nope, we want a jail sentence, or in this case, prison sentence. And he says, looking forward, it's most likely I'm going to get a prison sentence. If I'm gone and my wife is dead, then the kids go to the state. And I don't want that. So because of that, nobody can know my wife is dead, so I have to chop her up after she died suddenly without explanation and then clean it up. But now it looks bad. Can I be charged with murder if that happened? So there's a defense angle you can take on that, but it's twisted. It's really twisted. All right. Anyone else want to know what the Google searches would be like for these searches? Just me. Oh, we're about to that binder that Nicholas Gorino, the Massachusetts State Police investigator, has on the stand. Those are the searches, and it's gonna be epic. It's gonna be epic. Remember, he's the one from the Karen Reid trial that read all the messages and mumbled under his breath. Remember the mumble under the breath? Yeah, you remember what he said. Like, eliminate me now type thing. He was not having a good time up there on the stand reading Proctor's messages. Can't wait for all the receipts. The receipts literally will be coming in from many different fronts. Seems to me they had one almighty row and he did the act, then panicked and got rid of her, not premeditated. We'll have to look at the timeline of the searches to see. And that's going to be key on premeditation. Let's see. You're on Discord. Just 1 second. Let me jump on. Twin Tail Fox. This is RA. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing fabulous. What are your thoughts here as we continue our 30-minute break this morning?
Okay, this case is absolutely insane, especially with the Google searches. Mm-hmm. And I don't understand how you can do that to your wife and kids, because this affects the kids as well.
It does. And the argument he makes, at least defense is making, is he did this for the kids, which is mind-blowingly twisted, right?
It's insanity.
And for his argument is, I didn't kill her, I just chopped her up, but I chopped her up for the kids so that people wouldn't know she was dead.
Yeah, like that does not make any sense. If you think about it, that does not make any sense, because of course she would go missing. There will be police investigation. And I mean, he mentioned the iPad first, so the police had to take the iPad.
He mentioned he spilled it all. I wonder how much of this case would never have been found if he just hadn't talked to police.
Yeah,
just
he
shut
has
up.
such a big ego. Like, what I think is that he has such a big ego and is kind of like a narcissist. So he thinks that he is smarter than everybody in the room. So he thought that he could talk, look innocent, but he did not think that he would say something that would incriminate him.
Did you hear the times where he was talking in the police interview and his lawyer was there with him in the last couple of interviews, and they ask a question and he like blurts out an answer. He's like blaming the art guy, right, in L.A., the guy he ripped off. And the lawyer's like, no. And he's like, but it could have been. And the lawyer's trying to like tamp down his answers a little bit. And he just doesn't
like
get the
his
memo.
lawyer hates him. That's for sure.
It definitely doesn't make the job any easier. But hey, I have to
I would
ask,
hate to be his lawyer. Yeah.
What mic are you using? Do you have? Sounds like a condenser mic.
I have HyperX. So I'm a streamer as well, which is why I'm so clear, because I'm at my setup.
Yeah, it sounds like a great condenser mic. It's just picking up the audio crystal
Yeah,
clear.
it's amazing. I love this mic. I've had it for 5 years.
Awesome. Is it USB?
So, yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Well, it sounds incredible. You're getting lots of compliments in chat. So it sounds like you're right next door. So,
yeah.
that's great.
Well, it's good to know that my old mic still sounds so good.
Wonderful. Yeah. It doesn't take a lot to do this. I mean, I know I go over the top with my studio, and it doesn't take that much. You can do it with very simple equipment. So.
Yeah, you definitely can. Like, when I was starting out, I got literally just the basic stuff, and it somehow is working out, and I've never had to upgrade. So,
yeah. Sounds great.
Hey, Red Pen.
Well, that's awesome. Any other thoughts?
Not on this case, but I do have a case that could top this one. Just saying.
Is that the Gilgo Beach?
Yes. It is the Gilgo Beach.
I don't know what the coverage will be on that one, but
it will be
that's a mass
streamed.
murderer case.
Yes.
Which
and
you don't get many of those, right?
No, and his wife is Icelandic.
Yes. So some ties in.
She's, yeah.
That's gonna be cool. A couple of people are asking, you say you're a streamer. What's your YouTube?
I stream on Twitch and sometimes on YouTube. It's literally just Twintel Fox on both.
Gaming or?
Yes, I play video games. I stream Overwatch, League of Legends, sometimes Dead by Daylight, and Minecraft. Depends just what mood I'm in.
Awesome. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
We'll maybe pop over and take a look. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Brian's back, so it looks like court's about to start, but thanks for connecting.
Yes.
And the sound is incredible.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
Awesome. Thanks for the great audio and the conversation, Twintail Fox. Brian's back in the courtroom. We are expecting the spice level to turn up here, at least the heat as the state. Can you imagine? Like, you've just started asking questions like, hey, you're filing a missing persons report. Let's just get the basics. Where does your wife go? Where does she work? Who does she know? Just give us the basics. Can we look at her phone a little bit and, the devices that might be used? And you open them up and the first thing you're like is how to get rid of blood from hardwood floor. I'm like, whoa, that escalated quickly from an investigative standpoint. Suddenly we're in a place that, we always suspected a little bit, but didn't expect it to be so easy to get there, right? But Twintail Fox, mostly on Twitch, but want to upload to YouTube more. Twitch is extremely effective or extremely good for gaming streaming. YouTube is more my style because I just can't understand what's going on in Twitch chat. Twitch chat is just another beast altogether. Breezy, member for 31 months. OG says, hi, friends. Breezy, welcome. Good to have you here. Love the pup. Love the pup. Oh, no, Twinfell, you're good. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Obviously, I can't plug everybody and everything, but it came up quite naturally in conversation, and it works just fine. No one understands Twitch chat. It's a younger demographic typically over on Twitch, but it's very different. All right. Let's see. Stream some DayZ. Epic game. Jurors getting dressed in the courtroom on camera. There we go. That was quick. I hear binders being opened. Binders of Google search information. I'm going to compare. I have to compare Nicholas Guarino's reading voice as he reads these searches to Proctor's text. Yeah, I've got to listen and see if he does the same flat voice.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Trooper Guarino, were you working on Sunday, January 8th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
And were you assisting with the execution of a search warrant at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Yes.
And what was your assignment at that execution of the search warrant?
I was assisting with the search of the home, and if any digital devices were located, I was to take them and put them into evidence bags and then hold on to them to transport back to the DA's office.
Okay. And what digital devices in general did you seize that day?
There were 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones, and 3 iPads.
Thank you. And were pictures taken during the execution of the search warrant?
8 devices.
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show pictures and publish them to the jury. They've been previously marked and agreed to by the defense.
If the evidence bag looks like this,
it's a very good question, Your Honor.
we might have a problem.
Number 63 through 78. So, court reporter has been nice enough to count for me.
63 through 78, 15?
All right, so 16 photos, and they are all of digital devices or electronic devices, or they have other things as well?
They are of the electronic devices in the home and then of just the electronic devices separately.
All right. And the defense has agreed to those?
Yes.
All right, great. They're now in evidence as items, exhibits 63 through 78, now in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to have exhibit 63, 7179. Thank you. Trooper Guarino, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is the kitchen area. On the kitchen table, there's a red iPhone 13 mini and an Apple iPad. I believe that's the 6 mini.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in?
Yeah, iPad 6 mini.
There's also half a
Thank
dozen
you very much. And is there a cover on the phone?
Yes, there's the green cover, and you can see the red at the charging port.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being 647208. Can you tell me what this is a photograph of?
This is the, if you want to call it a dining room or Ayden nook on the table. There's 2 MacBooks and a third inside that manila folder.
Look at the window on the door
Ms.
there.
Gilman, I'd ask that you zoom in
honeycomb.
on this, please.
I love the honeycomb on the door.
So,
Trooper Guarino, can you explain that, please?
yes, so the bottom left, there's a gray MacBook. Next to that is another
MacBook
pinkish MacBook. And inside the manila folder with the charging cable, there's another MacBook inside that.
Thank you. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being exhibit 65, 7414. What is this, Trooper?
This is that pinkish MacBook that was inside the manila folder.
Doesn't look
That was on the dining room table?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And these are all where you initially found those devices?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at the next exhibit, Exhibit 66, 7304. Could I please have that? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This is the upstairs master bedroom. On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
And could you zoom in, please? And is that how you found that device?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit 7637, could you please show that? What is this a photograph of?
This was an Apple iPad, I believe it was 9th gen version. The crib was over it. We could see it stuck under the crib, so we just pulled it out so it could be photographed better.
Could I now please have Exhibit 31, which is already in evidence? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This was another Apple iPad that was in the, I believe it was the upstairs children's bedroom.
Can we zoom in on this
Could
one?
I please have Exhibit 68, photo 7436. Trooper, could you tell me what this is?
That's the same iPad. We just opened the case to show that the screen had been damaged.
Damaged? That'll buff out.
What did you do with those items after you identified them in the house at the search warrant?
So I placed these items into brown evidence bags and put the information on the front of the bag. And then once we had finished doing the search of the home, I transported all of these items back to the Norfolk DA's office to our digital evidence lab.
And what is the digital evidence lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
So at the DA's office, we have a secure digital evidence lab that's a key card and it has an alarm on the door, so only select few can get in there. So we can store digital evidence to keep it powered on, or so we don't lose any information.
And what is in the lab itself?
There's 2 forensic machines, our secure server, and a third computer, and then as well as a Mac PC computer and our gray key.
And who specifically has access to that lab?
At that time, it was myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and the civilian director of our lab, Samantha Vogt.
And what did you do next after you got to the lab?
The items were photographed, and we created with our case management for the digital evidence, we created a case number for it.
What was that case number?
2023-003.
Then what happened?
With the devices themselves?
Before you looked at the devices themselves.
Yeah. So obviously we had all these devices. We had to write search warrants. And once the search warrants were signed, then we were able to process the digital items.
So you wrote search warrants for the contents of the devices?
That's correct.
And when were those search warrants signed for the contents of the devices?
January 10th of 2023.
I now want to show you photographs and ask if you can identify, well, I want to show you those so that you can identify them for the jury. Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 69. What is this?
So this is the black iPhone SE. On the back is our label that we created. It says 2023-0003 is an extra 0. _1, showing that's the first item of this case.
And 70 next, please.
This is the front of that same iPhone.
This is foundational just for chain of custody
Going
and
to
everything.
71.
This is the gray MacBook, item number 3. As you can see the _3, and it says the model and serial number.
72.
just a wider version of the same MacBook.
Ms. Gilman, 73, please.
Is that the pink one?
This looks kind of gold, but I believe this is the same gray MacBook, just the cover.
Ms. Gilman, if you could now go to 74.
That one's
This is
red.
the iPhone 13 mini, item number 5.
And the case has been taken off of that now?
That's correct.
75, please, Ms. Gilman.
And that is the front of the device.
76, please.
It's to show that the phone is the passcode. It's locked.
Same device.
Same device, yes.
Is that
77, please.
Again, front of the phone showing that it was still active and getting messages.
Dated January 10th.
And 78, please.
This is the Apple iPad Mini 6, I believe, item number 7. It says, again, shows the model and serial number of the device.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. So all of those devices and all of the devices that you see is pursuant to a search warrant at the Walshe home at 516 Chief Justice Highway in Cohasset were all Apple products. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are Apple devices?
Apple devices, they're just a brand of digital devices, phones, MacBooks, iPads. They're all electronic devices.
That's the manufacturer?
That's correct.
What is an Apple ID?
So the Apple ID is a personalized ID for your Apple devices that can be used to download apps, go to the App Store, download music, movies, whatever you please.
What does a person use their Apple ID for?
As I said, to download items, set up the accounts, it's usually an email address, and then they're able to sync other devices with it if need be.
Can a person have more than one Apple ID?
Registered to a device, yes.
How can an Apple device be secured?
Either Face ID or 4 or 6-digit passcode.
You can have 2 IDs to one device.
Or alphanumeric as well.
What is a web browser?
The web browser is whatever program you're using to view the internet, whether it be Microsoft Edge, Safari, Google Chrome.
You mentioned Safari. What specifically is Safari?
So Safari is Apple's web browser that they have installed on all their devices.
Can other web browsers be used with Apple devices?
Yes.
So I want to talk now about forensically examining devices. When did you begin forensically extracting or making forensic copies of the devices that you seized from the house with the search warrant?
After the search warrants were signed, the 10th we began extracting, but we're limited to one gray key machine, so we have to place one on it, download it, and then we can swap the devices to the next and so forth until we get through everything.
And did any other troopers assist you with the extraction or copying of the devices?
Yes. Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Sean Quirk, and Trooper Connor Keefe were all assisting.
You've discussed Trooper Connor Keefe before, but who are Lieutenant Sean Quirk and Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe?
At the time, both of them were part of the cybercrime unit for the Mass State Police.
In general, what is a forensic copy of a device?
When we create a digital copy of the device, it's all the information that we're able to obtain from the device that we can work from as to not use the device itself and change anything in it. So we always work from that copy to make sure that nothing's changed for, if we have to ever re-image it or if the item's returned, we won't have the device in our hands.
How do you keep from changing the data on the original device when you're making a forensic copy?
We employ write blockers. Write is in like WRITE writing. So we can't write to the device. It only writes from the device. So it's a one-way street. That way we can get the information and not change anything on the devices themselves.
And where is the original device kept after it has been forensically copied?
If the item was given on consent, we'll return it as soon as possible. If it's evidence, then it'll get tagged with an evidence number and placed into our evidence room.
So now I want to talk about the MacBook, the item number 3 that it was labeled, the gray MacBook. How did you make a forensic copy of the MacBook?
So for MacBooks, we can't use Gray Key, so we have to use, I use Cellbrite Digital Collector. It's basically a write blocker that plugs into the MacBook itself, and we're able to do a live acquisition of the device to a separate hard drive, creating a copy of everything that's there.
So after you make a copy, then what do you do?
I place that onto our external storage device for the Apple system that we have.
And then what do you do?
And then we'll load it into whatever forensic program we're going to use. So for the MacBooks, I used Axiom program made by Magnet Forensics.
And did you ensure, again, that you used a write blocker for this as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with the MacBook after the data had been extracted before you began to analyze?
It was placed back into evidence.
And where is that MacBook, the original MacBook that was taken from the Walshe residence? Where is that right now?
It's at the Norfolk DA's office in our evidence room.
What was the date range, sorry about that, what was the date range that the search warrant allowed you to examine on that MacBook?
December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023 when we seized the device.
And you said that you used Magnet's Forensic Axiom?
Yeah, Magnet Forensics Axiom is the name of their program to view the hard drive contents.
And did that allow you to determine if there was an Apple ID associated with that MacBook computer?
Yes, it did.
And was there an Apple ID associated with the computer?
Yes, it was brw@10saleconsulting.com.
And was there a name associated with the device?
Yes, Brian's MacBook.
How is data stored on a MacBook computer?
Similar to a PC, they have a hard drive or solid state drive. The information just gets saved to the hard drive.
What do you mean that it's saved on the hard drive? Is it in components on the hard drive? Is it specialized in the hard drive?
Yeah, so Apple products save to a Knowledge C database, which is Apple's way of, it's like the C drive in a Mac and a PC computer. It's just where the information is located into different parts of the computer.
Does a MacBook store data of websites visited by the device?
Yes, it does.
Does a MacBook computer store the search terms a user inputs into the device?
Yes, it does.
Where on the device is that data stored?
In that Knowledge C database, the actual database, if you drove down into it, is the history.db database, which keeps all of your internet history. It's like a folder in a regular computer.
And is that data automatically stored?
Yes.
During the examination of the data from the gray MacBook, which is item number 3 from that you've labeled item number 3, did you examine data in the internet search history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What internet web browser was used on the MacBook?
So there are 3 listed, but the majority of all searches were done in Safari.
What is a search engine?
The search engine is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever search terms you're looking for. So if you type in Boston Bruins into the search engine, it'll bring up all the Bruins web pages in your web browser.
What if you type "house long"?
And what's the difference between a search term and an internet history?
As I said, the search terms are the words you put in to do the search. The history is the actual websites visited.
Using the parameters from the search warrant from December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023, were you able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
That's a lot of searches.
Remarked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
You searched the whole internet.
Are you offering it?
I am offering it as the next exhibit, please.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
All right. Any objections to all the internet about Murder 101 coming in? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Bing, Netscape, Chrome, Firefox, Safari. All different versions of the same thing. Internet Exploiter, I think it was Explorer was the actual name back in the day. My Wi-Fi is FBI surveillance van. I think mine is as well. Let me double check. My internet. I don't remember what mine's just called FBI. That's it. Turn off the SSD so it doesn't broadcast that. All right. Our Wi-Fi are Brazilian fruit names. Is that like a star fruit? I don't know if that's even Brazilian. DuckDuckGo. Oh, that's going way back. DuckDuckGo. Ask Jeeves. My Wi-Fi is Margaritaville. My Wi-Fi is Get Your Own Penny. I'm not sure if I can even say that, Camilla. Jubatakaba? I'm not sure. Some of the letters might be silent. I'm late. Should I go back and start this witness? Debbie, where we are right now, first of all, this is the witness we have seen in the Karen Reed trial previously. He's the one that read the text messages from Michael Proctor and was very uncomfortable doing it, even wishing for his own demise on a hot mic during the trial. Now he's going to be, presumably, reading the search history of Brian Walshe. So we've done all the preliminary stuff to cover what devices this could have come in from, what devices were in the house, where they were located. He had a lot. There were 3 MacBooks. There were multiple phones. There were multiple iPads. And basically all of them were imaged. And we have a binder full of searches that have been parsed down to just the good stuff. I'm sure we're not going to read the entire binder. 4 inches of snow in Pittsburgh. That's awesome. Let's see. Starfruit in Portuguese. I was right. Starfruit. It's understandable that people might confuse browsers and search engines since neither of them has been used here to apps ruin the internet. I lost that one. Spell check might have got you, Ivan. Does a device keep track of Siri questions? I'm sure it does. They all have to go to the database. 12 inches of snow in Michigan. Man, I miss ice fishing. It has been almost 7 years now. I miss ice fishing. I've got to do it. We just don't get any ice in this part of the state. I need some snow. Can you all send some to North Carolina? Retro KK, I'm in eastern North Carolina, and I hear you. I hear you. Everyone else talks about it. We rarely see it. What are we waiting for? Right now, Barbara, the state has just motioned to admit into evidence the binder full of search messages. The defense fought over this. They fought hard. There was a decision just right before trial started to allow them in. They're still fighting. This is their last-ditch effort to keep some of these searches out because they're quite convincing. And I'm thinking as a juror at this point. They're quite convincing. So, inculpatory would be the correct word. Nexus Lexus, thank you very much. Bravo Chick, member for 25 months, says, I need snow. Just bought a 23 Subaru Outback. Want to try out X mode. 25 months. Wow, time sure flies. Awesome. Awesome car. Definitely suited for the snow. But don't go getting stuck. It's never fun to get stuck. I once had a job. My job was to lock up the park bathrooms, the city park bathrooms at night, which I don't know why. You lock them up at 10 and unlock them at 7. Who needs to use the bathroom between 10 and 7? I think it's terrible. It's just to keep people out of the bathrooms at night, like so they don't sleep there or something. But that was my job, and so I did it. But I had, as part of that job, I had a company or city vehicle that I was allowed to use. But to use it, I'd have to drive all the way there and unlock the gate and get the key and get in the truck and drive around. Or I had my own car and I could just drive around because I had the key anyway to the parks. So I just kept the key to the park and I'd go around drive my own vehicle. And there was one time there was a ton of snow and I'd like to drive as close to the bathroom as possible so I didn't have to. So I'd drive on the sidewalk because they're wide sidewalks. And one time with 10 inches of snow on the ground, I'm powering down towards the bathroom way off the road, probably about, 75 feet off the road. And little did I know, I was building up a snowbank in front of the car. I ended up getting high-centered. That was not fun getting out of there. Not fun at all. But it was not in a Subaru. I'm trying to remember what I was in that one. Might have been a Suburban. Could have been a Suburban. I've had more jobs than anyone I know. Nicole, first of all, wonderful to see you here. Welcome. I've had a few. Some of the least glamorous jobs include pooper scooper in a parade. That's the guy who either holds the shovel or pushes the wheelbarrow and goes behind the horses. That is a very necessary position, especially if you watch the Macy's parade on New Year's Day, where the dancers that followed the horses had to dance in it because there was no pooper scooper. It was yucky. Jax Cooks, member for 11 months, almost a year. Thank you. The judge dismisses everybody, says, never mind, come back up. This will probably be brief and we'll be back going. Were you trying to replace micro and dirty jobs? No, I was just trying to earn a buck as a kid. That was it. Worked in a greenhouse, worked at McDonald's. I worked on a ranch in Star Valley, Wyoming. Sort of like a ranch hand. Ran my own painting business. I mowed lawns in Park City for the rich and famous. Let's see, what else did I do? I worked for Heavenly Wood. Yes, I worked for Heavenly Wood, literally. They're out of business now. Probably got sued, I'm thinking. What else have I done? Done a few things. I worked at a water bottling company. I worked at a kiln doing decorative bricks. There was one day where I was hired to hide the evidence of a diesel fuel spill from the EPA investigators who were coming the next day. Standing in diesel fuel, given no protective equipment. My job was to shovel soil soaked in diesel fuel into a backhoe bucket so they could bury it somewhere else. I made a call after that job. Their hiding was not successful. Done used to work for the EPA here. I'm disappointed. No, I called that one in. That was not cool. The buried
Noting
oil
the
line.
defense's objections and the ruling I made at the side of the bench, that exhibit will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 79.
It's coming in. The binder is
That's
in.
item 3.
Worked in a metal shop.
That is for the record. It's the item 3 extraction report, the gray MacBook Pro.
Well, this is just the gray MacBook Pro. That's the one he probably did most of the searches on.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that item 79 be published to the jury through the screens now, because it's so big.
All right, so jurors, can everyone, I know that you can all see because you would have raised your hand previously, but previously we've been looking at documents and they've been zooming in. Anybody having any difficulty? Or number 9, you're probably the farthest away from the screen. Yeah. You all set? All right, and same for juror number 1. Good. All right, let me know if that changes. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'm going to ask now that we show page 526 of the binder, marked Exhibit 79.
526. I hope this is all in order, like chronologically. Remember,
Trooper,
please keep your favorite one in mind.
What does URL mean?
The URL is the website that the user is on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
It's an acronym.
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when we look at devices. So we would have to minus 5 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time. So if you look here where it says last date and time visited, UTC-0500, that is showing that I've minus the 5 hours.
So the software has done that for us. You've checked off something, so the software does that?
Yes, that's correct. Because during the summertime, it would be minus 4 hours, so we want to make sure we're in the right time zone.
What is the title?
Title is the name of the website. If you looked at the top of like the web browser bar, that would be the title.
And who created the title of the web page?
That's done automatically through the website.
What is the visit count?
Visit count, how many times the user has visited that website.
What is the visit source?
So the visit source is where the source of the information was pulled from. So this one here says locally browsed. That means it originated on this MacBook.
What is source? Not visit source, just source.
So the source shows the APFS container is the hard drive. And it has a string of numbers and letters, users, Walshe, library, Safari. So it's showing where in the database it's pulling this information from.
And that's that. So I can see it says history.db that you had previously told us about.
Yes. So it's going down folder wise. So the library is the main folder, then it'll go into the Safari folder, and then the history database of Safari.
What is location?
Location, again, is it's the location of the items in that database, where they're located in it.
Specifically within the HistoryDB database or whatever database it is?
That's correct.
What is what is evidence number? I think I skipped over that, sorry.
Yeah, no, the evidence number is just the name of the disk, the hard drive, the image that we created.
Because this is a forensic software?
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item ID is the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records.
Mhm.
You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this one here shows parsing. If you scroll down to record 1953, it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice? But
Nope. It's just how Apple has a program to store information.
okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is? Is it like a...
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is. It's different rows and columns of information, and it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
Thank you. So I'd like to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on January 1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
What is the URL?
I'll just do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search with the query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body, showing the client Safari, and then it has a whole list of letters and numbers and everything else after.
And what does that mean?
Well, it shows that the search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body, that means that the user input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay. So beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 533, record 1, to page 533, record
1980.
Let me just check it.
The witness volunteers the answer. Here's the good one.
$19.81.
Okay.
Can you explain what the pages are in the title? Can you tell me the title?
Yes. So the title for this one is 10 ways to dispose of a dead body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says page 6. So that page 6 means they're on the 6th page of the website. So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that, and it goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6 indicates that they're on the 6th page of the website. And they do this for advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short or concise.
So earlier in the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was page 527, 1956 was just regular.
Yes, that's doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 ways to dispose of a body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962, what would the title be?
10 ways to dispose of a body, if you really need to, page 2, the 2nd page of the article.
Okay. So what does that indicate?
That the user clicked to go to that next page, showing that also that the visit count is 4, so it's per the user's been there before.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what's
Looking at
worse.
page 534.
His search, or the fact that he thought this website would be the authoritative source for the information.
What is the title?
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what does Google search indicate there to you?
Again, that the user input how long before before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page 547, record 2029. What is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
That was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 543, record 2014. Can you tell me what that title is?
It's the same whataculture.com article, 10 Ways to Dispose of a Dead Body If You Really Need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there was a 45 or an hour difference.
Take some time to read the first 6 pages.
And if we go to page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11. Does it go to the following page? Yeah, so that's where it ends. Yeah, page 11 at 5:48:22 a.m.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
Looking at page 547, record 2031, what is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
This shows he was interested in the money.
Looking at page 563, record 2082. What is the title?
The title is Tishman Spire, Washington, D.C. head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:44:46 a.m.
And you are familiar with these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Spire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's dash Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125?
Uh,
2125, 576.
Should be down further.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, I know I'm asking a lot.
There we go.
Thank you. What is the title?
Title is How Long Does DNA Last?, which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper, what is...
Object, Judge, in this, from the sidebar first.
Yes.
Objection taken sidebar. Not a speaking objection, so we don't know the nature of it. We haven't heard the search yet for this particular date, but it's possible the defense is going to say that this might have been something done by somebody else. Like someone else used his device to how to clean up blood. I don't know. He had tons of questions. Where do you go to get answers? The internet. I tell you, I learned how to fix my dryer by Googling it on the internet. Then I watched a YouTube video. And then I watched another and another. So this was on January 1, the day she goes missing. His timeline, they stayed up. Obviously, it's New Year's Day. They stayed up. There's a friend over. They sort of celebrated. They wrote on the wine box, which I guess was a thing. Rang in the new year. Friend went home. They went up to their room, but didn't go to bed. No other details given. He then decides to go back down to the kitchen to clean the kitchen because, you know, party happened, New Year's Day party. Let's clean it up so the wife doesn't have to first thing in the morning because he's just that nice of a guy. Comes back upstairs, and his wife, Anna, is dead in his bed. So what does he do? He shoves her out of bed. I don't know why on that part. He's just, I guess he's like, hey, Anna. She doesn't wake up. And so he shoves her so hard that she, out of bed. And then he starts his Google searches. How to get rid of a body if you really need to. It was like, it seems reasonable. What's a wine box? The box the wine comes in, if it was some wine comes in a bag. Instead of a glass bottle. Not being a drinker, I can't vouch for this myself. Although you can get a box of wine. So there's that. It's like a bag in a box. Yes. Think of it like I was going to say like a bladder, but that's probably not a good analogy. You know when you go to McDonald's and you want a milkshake? And they're like, hang on, our milk, we have to add more mix to it. And they bring out this huge bag of stuff and dump it in the top. And then you're like, you have to wait for it to get cold. It's like that, but there's wine in it and it comes in a box. So there's that. Think of it like a mini waterbed in a box, but it's full of wine and you can drink out of it. It's a wine bladder. Shoved her out of bed to see if she would wake up. Common sense. Yeah, that's his go-to. Costco has them. Here you go. Let's see what the ruling is, if this is coming in or not. I would not be surprised by a change of plea mid-trial in this one.
I think we were at record number 2125, page 578.
Yes. If we could please have record 2125 on page 578. And for the record, we're showing a PDF, which is the same version that the printed out version of the exhibit, which the jury will have.
All right.
Thank you. What is the title on page 578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
And there is a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this. You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate, not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says, slate.news, it's an article, but it says, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that, I should say. It's not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you those suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, what is the title?
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? ?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise. Down one more. The next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute, and then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52 a.m.
He should have been watching.
What is the
True Crime.
title on page 583, record 2141?
While they're doing that, Brian Walsh has public
How to
defenders.
dispose of a cell phone? Google search.
What time and date?
Dispose of a cell phone.
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
What is the title on page 584, record 2144?
How to dispose of a computer? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
I'm Googling how to get rid
What
of my
is
Google
the title
search.
on page 589, record 2159?
I am a user on my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166?
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
What is the time
Number
and
one
date?
was call the police.
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
Ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
After murder. After
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 597, record 2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body. Dash murder, murder, murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog.
I'm sorry.
2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
Let me hide all
What is
my
the time and
incriminating
date?
searches.
January 1st,
amidst
2023 at
other incriminating
11:28:47
searches.
a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Murder, murder, murder.
Patrick Kearney. Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is he was named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
What is the time and date?
Objection.
Want to be heard?
Yes.
I'll see you at the
We'll see at the sidebar. Trash bag killer. Sorry, I thought we were getting to the... there is a search where he's going to start searching for, by name, the significant other of his wife. I think he eventually even goes and sort of stalks him on social media. But trash bag killer. That's where we're going first. Man. Brian's just pretending that the jury is not there. Maybe they're not hearing this. That's his hope, I think. Maybe they're not listening. Maybe the flat delivery style from Nicholas Guarino on the stand has lulled them to sleep, and these words are sailing over their heads. Maybe they just won't. Maybe they won't notice that I said murder on my search. Who needs 6 ways or 10 ways or even 1 way to get rid of a body? He's trying to act cool and collected. In his head, he's like, yeah, okay, I made a mistake there. I should have probably cleared my browser history. I don't know, what is it in his head? He's like, what would be the... I can tell you. I can make up ideas, better ways to research this, to not get caught. Go to a library, public library, and read about things on books, physical books that you browse for and find with your own personal knowledge of the Dewey Decimal System instead of a search on a computer. No one will know. No, how would they know? They'll never know. Instead, he immortalizes it in the interwebs and then goes to the extent of even searching for how to get rid of my Google history. Unsuccessfully, obviously. Oh my goodness. Just don't check the books out. And don't search for it using your library card login on the computer, because they'll get that as well. You'd get caught. RA video cameras and electronic records of books these days. I'm saying there are probably, maybe he only took Murder 101. which covered the actual act and not the cleanup, which would have been murder 102 or 201 or 205 or something. It's an advanced class that covers the Dexter level stuff. But a little too late, he starts doing this research. He only got a certificate. Rebecca did a lot of research on this one. This has been one we've been following for quite a while. He could have watched any one of the murder trials we've followed in the last 3 years and known what not to do in this case. Unfortunately, Jersey, I think we know where it is. And in this area and the dumpsters where we believe he visited and made deposits, the trash is incinerated. So there's nowhere to go look. There's nowhere where you can go and say, it's right here. I buried this there, or I left that there, or I threw this there. It's an empty dumpster, and it's ashes from a landfill that are buried in a landfill. How are we here based on his previous pleas? This is a great question, Bad Mouse Finals, because basically the eve of court last week, Brian Walshe changed his plea on count 2 and 3 in this trial. He pled guilty to misleading a police investigation, which we heard all of yesterday, and he also pled guilty to improper removal of human remains or something along those lines. His defense has managed to compartmentalize this into this.
Jurors, I'm going to strike that last, for the purposes of the question that was asked, I'm going to strike the last characterization of Mr. Kearney for the article being that about an individual, Mr. Kearney, that killed people and put them back.
Couldn't hear the judge. She was mumbling away from the mic. It was stricken, whatever the last statement was. So we reset about 10 or 15 seconds back.
Looking at page 603, record 2207. Can you tell me what the title is?
Cleaning up a dead body / Wired YouTube. So it's a YouTube video.
I was just going to say, what is YouTube?
YouTube is a video website where companies can upload whatever videos they want.
Even videos of somebody cleaning up a body?
What time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:41:50 a.m.
What is the title on page 605, record 2214?
How to clean blood from a wood floor, Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:44:32 a.m.
And then page 609, record 2229. What is the title?
Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from blood stains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:05 a.m.
And what is the title on page 638, record 2321?
You said the title? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the title.
What does bleach do to dead bodies? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:10:07 p.m.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Wait, want to get away with murder? Question mark, use special detergent / Discover magazine.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at
I have that issue.
12:18:03 p.m.
Save that copy. It's a great one.
What is the title on page 650, record 2364?
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:21:39 p.m.
I'm just renewing my Discover
on
magazine
page
subscription.
657, record 2386?
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:14 p.m.
And what is the title directly below that, record 2387?
How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide - YouTube. Meaning it's a video of those search terms.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 659, record 2394?
Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:53:44 p.m.
What is the title on page 665, record 2413?
Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:43:02 p.m.
What is the title on page 670, record 2430?
Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:52:26 p.m.
What is the title on page 671, record 2433?
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap - Quora?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023, 1:52:57 p.m.
What is the title on page 693, record 2502?
How to remove a SIM card from an iPhone? Yahoo search.
What time and date?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the morning, a.m.
And what follows that search, record 2503?
The Apple support website, remove or switch the SIM card in your iPhone - Apple support.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 2nd, 2023, 2 a.m. in 15 seconds.
What is the title on page 694, record 2507?
How to remove a hard drive from an Apple laptop - Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:01:19 a.m.
What is the title on page 699, record 2524?
TJ Maxx near me, Norwell - Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 5:24:08 a.m.
What is the title on page 717, record 2580?
How long do stores keep security footage? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 10:32:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 724 into 725, record 2608?
How to saw a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:31 p.m.
What is the title on page 725, record 2610?
How to dismember a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 730, record 2626?
Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:33:48 p.m.
What is the title on page 733, record 2633?
Details of dismemberment discussed in murder trial / Wayne 15.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:42:59 p.m.
What is the title on page 735, record 2638?
Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:01 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2647?
Murder conviction without a body - Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
No corpse? ? No problem. Notable murder convictions without a body - A&E True Crime.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
A&E gets a shout out.
What is the title on page 745, record 2670? $745,
Right
record
there.
2670.
Actually starts on 7:44, just so the record's clear.
Thank you very much.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:12:46 p.m.
What is the title on page 746 into 747, record 2674?
Disposing of a body in the trash. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:14:51 p.m.
What is the title on page 769, record 2747?
Chatham West Apartments Rentals - Brockton, MA, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:34:35 p.m.
What is the title on page 777, record 2768?
The Claremont Apartments Rentals, Abington, Mass, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:36:14 p.m.
What is the title on page 787, record 2798?
What powder mass smells the best? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:51:28 p.m.
What is the title on page 797, record 2830?
Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:09:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 798, record 2832?
Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:15:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 807, record 2856?
Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace, 5 tips, aftermath services.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 5:03:06 a.m.
What is the title on page 819, record 2900?
Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:55:58 a.m.
What is the title on page 858, record 3025?
How long for a dismembered body to decompose? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:02:23 p.m.
What is the title on page 860, record 3033?
Body found at trash station. Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:05:50 p.m.
What is the title on page 866, record 3056?
Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:12:50 p.m.
What is the title of page 888, record 3127?
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:38 p.m.
What is the title on page 904, record 3184?
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 a.m.
Are there any searches from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.?
I don't believe so. From the MacBook on?
On the MacBook from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. January 4th to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.
Well, this last search was done at 8:55, so it wouldn't be 8:03.
Okay, so from 8:55 p.m.
I don't believe so. I'd have to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Wow.
You see that there's more pages. I forget the exact dates.
The chilling part is you can see his plan being carried out as he Googles each progressive problem he encounters in the cleanup.
Thank you.
This is...
Just want to double check.
He documented it through Google searches. He provides the timeline with URLs.
Thank you. There's not.
And then starting at January 7th at 3:58 p.m., what is the first search?
That's listed here. It says Chase credit card login, Google search.
And can you give us a page and a record number?
Yes. In the book, page 906, record number 3195.
Thank you. So did you look at any searches prior to January 1st?
Yes.
And I'd like to start with page 521. Looking at page 521, Ms. Gilman. Looking at 521, record 1938. I'm sorry, 1939, please. Trooper, can you tell me what time this occurred?
Yes. It says January 1st, 2023 at 3:49:39 a.m.
And can you tell me what's happening in this record number?
It shows the URL for accounts.google.com for it's like the Gmail, a login through the web.
And going to 1940, record 1940 on the next page, that being 522, does that continue?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And going to page 524, does that continue until record 1947?
Yes, it does.
And what date and time does that end?
The last one shows January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is about an hour later.
Thank you. Now looking at page 225 into 226, record 825. Can you tell me the title being looked at?
Yeah. It says Cheating Wife Seduces Another Man to Impregnate Her, Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X-Pornhub.com.
And what is the date and time?
Okay, we just shifted gears.
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
And this continues on record 826, is that correct?
Yes, it's a duplicate from the previous.
Okay. And 827, could you go down, Ms. Gilman? Could you go down, please?
It's there. It's the titles on the right there at the top.
Okay. If you could keep going down, though, please. Okay. And if you could tell me, if you could keep going down, I'm sorry, to 828.
Can we go back to the how to clean up
And
blood?
what is this?
It says chat with Miss_B in a live adult video chat room now.
And what time is that?
12:06:28 a.m. on December 27th, 2022.
Okay.
He did a live
And
adult
if
chat.
This continues until record 831. If you could go to 831, please, Ms. Gilman. Is that correct with Pornhub, Trooper?
Yes, it's there for about 7 or so minutes.
Thank you.
No comments. No comments.
And page 241 to 242, record 891. What is that title, please?
Best divorce strategies for men, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date?
December 27th, 2022, 8:33:53 p.m.
So this is before.
And page 253, record 935. What is the title, please?
Best date to divorce for a man, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:51:33 p.m.
And page 256, record 934. What is the title?
It's 934 or 943?
943, I'm sorry.
Five best and five worst states to get divorced in the U.S.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:52 p.m. 8:52:39 p.m.
Thank you. Page 257, record 945. What is the title?
Washington, D.C. divorce laws, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:54:13 p.m.
And you have the binder exhibit in front of you, but if you look between records 891 and 934, what does the Safari history show to you between those record numbers, 891 and 934? What topic articles are being looked at?
I'm sorry, what number is this one we're on? The divorce laws, if you scroll up?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is 945.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If we look at record numbers 891 through 934.
They're all showing websites regarding divorce advice, mistakes in divorce, using verbal abuse, don't split up like this, the 10 stupidest mistakes men make facing divorce. It's all divorce related.
Thank you. So if we look at page 259, record 951.
Channeling Letitia, welcome to the gallery.
What is the title being looked at?
Can you scroll down a little more? There. Oh, if you scroll back up, I'll just read it from the URL. So it's a Google search for Chase login credit card, and then it does a redirect to the Chase that does it again. It's duplicated.
Okay. And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022 at 8:57:13 p.m.
Okay. And this goes on to record 1026 on page 279 if you look in the binder. Is that correct?
Yes, showing all Chase account information, the Chase website for the account. Yeah.
Trooper, if you look at page 508, record 1890.
Okay.
What is the title?
Replay poker - Google search.
And what is the date and the time?
12/31/2022, 6:53 p.m.
Your Honor, I am about to change topics. Would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
Sure.
Depends what you're changing into. Sort of left us with the.
There's something else for lunch?
All right, so the court, please. The notebooks. Hold it.
disappoint. Here's the next Google search.
You may be seated. Any updates on the forecast? It's nothing burger. Can you just take a look?
Nothing burger means a full day for us. Judge says, check Ask Jeeves. Do a Google search real quick. And check the weather. Because that determines what happens the rest of today. Oh, it's worth the price of admission. It sure was. Nothing burger is a legal term.
So I was just asking Madam Clerk to check on the weather, and it looks like a nothing burger, I'll call it. So
it's different than a
Co-burger. We don't need to worry
Co-burger.
about that this afternoon. We'll plan to go right through to 4 o'clock. Anyone need anything to be addressed before I take it off the bench? All right, have a nice lunch.
All right. We assume we're coming back at 2 o'clock. We have a portal set up so we can do that. Let me just, quick summary. In the interviews that were done at Brian Walsh's house, the police early on started asking about any records or information on how they would communicate. The phones, the digital devices, which were all iOS devices for the most part, were primary method of communication. They were the way that they would book and confirm travel and Uber and everything else. So obviously the police were interested, and right at the get-go, they pretty much asked, you wouldn't have a problem with us just looking at the phone to maybe get some information that could help us find your wife, would you? And that was the first moment for Brian Walsh, as he was like, well, what do you want to look at? You know, it was a bit of hesitation, and I'm sure the police cued in immediately to that hesitation. But he ended up saying, he had an excuse. He had a good reason. He's like, the reason I don't want to give you that is I've got pending litigation against me from the Fed side. Okay? And that's legitimate. So I'd like to talk to my lawyer first. It's probably going to be fine, but I'm going to talk to my lawyer first, and then we'll see. They end up getting all the devices, everything. And although he searched how to clear his history, it appears he never did. And everything he searched, from the early morning hours after Anna was dead, all the way up to, what was it, the 4th? January 4th, where we believe that she had all been disposed of and the cleanup was pretty much over. He basically documents his timeline with Google searches. Includes in there keywords like murder, how to clean up body from or how to clean up blood from a wooden floor, how to clean blood from concrete floor, how to get rid of footprints, what is it? That's the wrong one. I thought I had a soundbite. How did the FBI find people? You know, that's from Letitia Stout. But he Googles everything, and it's all caught, and the police get it. They get every bit of it. And it's terrible. And then, of course, he throws in a little bit of, and by little, I think they're only going into a little bit, but he throws in some adult searches, which, you know, what goes great with murder. There you go. Corn, side of corn. Tash, love this community and spending my days with y'all. Thank you. OG Tash, 25 months. Thank you. Kiki D's Garden, member for 29 months. So glad to be here, but I'm struggling. Oh, no, I had to put my other dog down last week. Still grateful for my health and my fam. I'm sorry, Kiki D's Garden. I'm so sorry. Did they check his meta glasses? That this chump for sure has some as much as he wants to flaunt his access. He has been dropping a ton of names. Let's do a quick recount of the names we have so far, and I don't have all of them. Like, I'm not adding Corn Hub to the list. But here's what we have. McDonald's, Lowe's, Home Depot, Porsche, Verizon, T-Mobile, Uber, Lyft, Glossy Nails, Louis Vuitton, Mazda, Apple, Ring, Blink, Arlo, Nest, Volvo, Prada, Tiffany, Home Goods, Fidelity, JetBlue, Chase, Rolex, Hermes, CVS, Whole Foods, Barnes & Noble, Walgreens, Stop & Shop, TJ Maxx, Band-Aid, Viber, Barclays, Apple CU, that's Apple Credit Union, Capital One, WhatsApp, Facebook, and YouTube, just to name a few. But this is the name-dropping trial, where it's interesting because a lot of the brands, especially that he was telling the police about when they were talking about what his wife had, and she had only the best. She wants the new Porsche car, right? She wants him to buy him a Porsche. She wears Prada. She has the Gucci. She's got everything, brand name. He's dropping all this, but apparently behind closed doors, even though she was making good money, she was over the $300,000 a year salary range. Finances were tight and things were stressful, primarily because of Brian's fake Andy Warhol issue with the feds and the huge fine and restitution that would be attached to that. Finances were tight, and so I did forget one, and I forget on purpose. It's funny to hear them say that all these brand names that are top of the line, premier, expensive, you're paying for the name and for quality, but you're paying for the name, and then hear him talk about their savings and their shopping around looking for the best deal on certain things. I've got the Hunter boots. Hunter boots. I didn't know. I wasn't familiar with that brand. You just need to change his plea to guilty. I just can't understand how someone could do that to another living being. Tower Hill Girl. I honestly think this could happen during this trial. We could see him change to a guilty plea. I think his defense team is holding out and hopeful that some of the evidence against him may be excluded, even in this late hour. And that gives them a chance. But, man, with what just came in, the jury's like, tell me again about how I'm supposed to keep an open mind, Judge. Help me with number 4. I've got a problem with number 4. It's getting really difficult over here because we've heard a lot. As far as his attorneys go, yes, Brian Walshe started out having a paid attorney. I think a pretty pricey one. That's the lady we heard in the interviews. He currently has court-appointed attorneys. He could no longer afford to pay the attorney. He ran out of money, or his mom stopped paying, or however that worked, but he now has court-appointed attorneys for this portion of the trial, and that's what they are. All those brands would like us to know officially they are not sponsors. They're not sponsors. Googers, I was spending the last 5 minutes Googling how to get around timeout in chat. Let me know how that worked. Yahoo, Wikipedia, were those on the list? I have to add those. I've added them now. Thank you for the reminder. DMB seconded us on that one. He seems too arrogant to plead guilty now. He changed his plea last week on the 2 other counts. Man. HIV. I'm wondering if this was an autocomplete. Because there was no other information that seems to indicate that HIV was an issue here. Wasn't there a magazine brand? Yes. Discover. Was it Discover magazine? They had the article, How to Get Away with Murder. Use this one special detergent. Let's see. It was an autocorrect from DNA. I believe you're right there. He buried all his incriminating searches amongst other incriminating searches, which was terrible. Guilty plea could be on the horizon. I would not be surprised in this case at all. Those who have not hit the stream button or the like button on this stream, you're about to lose the opportunity. We are going to go to lunch. It's 1:07. We expect to come back in about 45 minutes. The court's going to start at 2. So we'll be back for that when that happens. And until then, we're going to get some lunch. Yesterday, I tried to fix the dryer over lunch. Didn't work. Had to fix it overnight. Today, I'm going to get lunch. I've decided. I'm eating today. This diet of not eating is not good. So, happy December to you all. We are officially day 2 of December. Christmas, just 23 days away. Capture the best and worst of 2025 with Recovery Addict. We'd have a top 10. This is going to be a lot of fun around the Christmas time when we do this. I'll break out the Festivus poll. We'll have our airing of great. Oh, you can't see the base because it's green. We'll have our airing of grievances. We'll have some bests of. It's going to be a lot of fun over the season. Please join us for that. If you have nothing else going on, if you have family over, be with them. Catch us on the replay. But that'll be great. I think we might have to do a new song. I think Brian Walshe deserves an AI song, and it might have to do something about Google searches. I'll be working on that possibly in the next couple days. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again just shy of 2 o'clock. We'll be back after lunch. You can still like the stream while we're on a replay. 938 of you have. We're so close to 1,000. If we can get just the last 62 of you to get on board, that would be great. Appreciate that. 58 now. Just 58 more people. Yes, you. If you haven't done it, we're talking to you. Just click the like button. It's super simple, and it is free all day. We have a portal to take you to the afternoon session, so please do that. If you're leaving, do click the like button on the way out. We'll see you guys after lunch. Have a good one.